Although with Twitch, you never know. It's always like a little bit of a fucking mini game with this thing. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle on here, and welcome back to each and one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. Remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And as always, it is more fun when you do it live. So hit that link right in the description down below. Come and say hello. It truly is more fun when it's live. Just sort of waiting on Twitch to send out notifications. Everything is a fucking mess, dude. Like, Jesus. Let's tweet. Let's twat about this. Let's twat. There we go. There we go. The twat's been sent. The gram's been grammed. Although I don't know exactly what the right wording is for that. We'll see, I suppose. It sucks that Instagram just calls it posts, because posts is what I do on YouTube. I post on YouTube daily. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I need vaping liquid. I need to stock up for this fucking stream. I'm genuinely lost. I don't know what to talk about. I mean, I've got a lot of things that I could be talking about, but I'm not yet ready with many of those discussions. I'm not yet ready to have half of the discussions that needs to be had, because I'm still figuring a bunch of shit out. I have a video planned on Zuval, or Zoval, however the fuck people think that should be pronounced. I have a video planned on him. The problem with that video is I'm trying to figure out what his early life would have been like, right? I'm not talking about when he was a child. I'm not trying to suggest that he had maybe a happy upbringing or maybe an unhappy upbringing. I'm just saying, like, what would the first Shadowlands have looked like? I'm still sort of doing, I wish I could call it research. It's not really research because there's nothing to know. But I'm sort of going over everything that we've heard about early Shadowlands life and trying to figure out what exactly that could be. Luna Drake, how you doing? Good morning to you as well. I hope you have your coffee with you. 10 Deeps, how you doing, brother? Thelian, how you doing? I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. So far, at least. Saint, how you doing, brother? I've been all over the place in last hour. I've been literally sitting here. Mikoto, how you doing, brother? I've been sitting here for an hour trying to figure out what we're gonna do today. Devil Bride, how you doing? Thank you for the first time chat, and also thank you very much for the DM. Really appreciate it. We can discuss your DM. 10 Deeps, how you doing? Finally snagged the 3080. Oh, I remember when I first got mine. Now, luckily, I wasn't caught in the hellfire that was the waiting list for that thing. I phoned up one of my contacts in South Africa, and it's not a contact that I made through Twitch or YouTube. It's just I've been supporting the company for such a long time that they know me by name. And so I emailed them and I said, look, I want a 3080. The second you get any, please let me know. And he basically emailed me back like half an hour later, and he said, I've got one 3080 for you. If you want it, I can give it to you. And I was like, yes, please. Let's go. So I got mine pretty much as soon as I wanted it. But I think I was lucky, because after that, there's been like, everything's been booked. Like, you just don't get anymore. So yeah, Andy, how you doing? Luna Drake, how you doing? Tabby Sick, how you doing? It's the LHR version, but who cares? I mean, it's a 3080. That's all you need to worry about, right? How much did you get it for? Chef, so they're very expensive in South Africa. Basically, Tabby, how you doing? In South Africa, the 3080s go for the same price as the 2080s. So basically, what people paid for the 2080 is what we paid for the 3080. And that's not even scalping prices. That was literally as it launched, right? That's as it launched. It launched at the prices of the 2080. So yeah. You see, I knew a lot of people were gonna ask how you say Faco, so things are wild in some areas of South Africa. It's starting to grow it's starting to gain political momentum. There's parties here that wishes to bring about the Bolshevik Revolution, and I don't say that sort of tongue-in-cheek. I do mean it. There's parties here that want to bring. They've been trying for the last, let's say, 20. No, well, the guy's been trying for about 20 years now, but the party's been trying since 2013 to bring about the Bolshevik Revolution for South Africa, right? The communist utopia. Once we've killed everyone, that will be the utopia, because that's what communism doesn't seem to understand, or at least communism doesn't have a good answer, right? The answer is dictatorship. Yeah, let's have a dictatorship, and then suddenly it's going to turn into nirvana. They don't have the connection between the two, right? As Michael Malice would say, they yada yada the steps getting to utopia. They just sort of go, no, we need a dictatorship first. And then once we've had the dictatorship, it's just going to yada, yada, yada. Now we have utopia. So he wants to bring this on. He's been using the riots now as sort of a vehicle for this. He just stopped by, I think yesterday. He was in the news a lot because he was tweeting like a fucking maniac, talking about how if the government pushes in the military, the freedom fighters will join. They'll join the ranks, and then it's going to be war. So he's trying to bring about his fucking revolution. The people that's fighting is fighting for a president that brought the country to its knees. So it's pretty interesting that they think that's a good idea. I mean, this guy looted the country dry. He's the reason we don't have electricity half the fucking time. And yet now he's in prison. So South Africa is one of, I think, the first countries ever to jail our ex-president. I don't know if there's any other country that's ever done that. Someone who grew up in a former Soviet satellite. Communism sucks. Chef, the funny thing is, it's usually the people that know what communism is like that hates communism. It's all these sort of armchair fucking middle-class college students that have known no suffering their entire life. You know, to them, suffering is breaking a nail, right? And the prospect of having to find a job after college, they feel is oppression. They're the ones who want communism because they don't have a fucking clue just how much blood is on the hands of communism. Paradigm, how you doing? Moldavian, how you doing? But yeah, hey, if it's gonna be communism, let's fucking go, right? It's gonna be fun to see how that works out. Moldavian peasant, thank you for stealing something. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. Let's buy an island and have a capitalist paradise. I mean, I don't even want. Yeah, that's not real communism. It's the funniest thing to me, right? Whenever you go, well, you know, there's about 100 million dead because of communism. People go, yeah, but they didn't do. That's not proper communism. That's not communism. That was some weird thing, right? And it's like, okay, well, it's been tried in a shit ton of countries now, and every country that's sort of tried communism fails fucking miserably, right? Every single country, millions die because of the thing, and then everyone just keeps saying, yeah, but they didn't do it right. It's like, well, okay, so how do you want to fucking do it? Because Karl Marx is genuinely, there's no knowledge with Karl Marx. I mean, the dude literally preaches. That you should, there should be a revolution, but it should be a leaderless revolution. Now, I'm on board with that. If you had a revolution and there was no leader of the revolution, sure thing. If it's not human beings, like you could maybe do that with ants. But humans, there's always going to be a leader, and that leader is always going to become a fascist fuck. And it's just always going to be a bad idea, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Haki, how you doing? You walked into a weird stream, I'll say that. So South Africa is going through riots and looting and people shooting at each other. You now have neighborhood watches that starting to start up. You know, literally people from the neighborhood taking their guns and basically fucking shooting at the crowds, trying to keep them away from their shops and their homes. So it's it's gotten bad. Now, luckily, as far as things go now, the police have not started to confiscate the weapons of the neighborhood watch. Because they need the help. They have, the police can't control it. So the police needs the help. The people are fucking more than happy to help. And so that's what's going on at the minute. Communism leads to lowering of standards of general society of the country as it evens everybody out. So people who are at the top don't try as hard because there's no benefit, and people who are at the bottom try even less because no one's above will carry them, leading to eventual downfall of the structure. Instead of average B, it becomes average C minus or worse. True. Anyone knows if Pyromancer stopped WoW? For a while there, I thought Pyromancer was going to stop WoW. He stopped tweeting about it. He stopped talking about Dragonwolf. How you doing, bro? So Echo is up, but the mods are still asleep. Some of the mods. Andy is here. Dragonwolf. For a while, I thought he was going to stop. But I just recently saw his Twitter going back up. And he's sort of, tweeting about WoW again. Not just Final Fantasy. I don't know when we can expect another video from Pyro. I'm not really in personal contact with him at the minute. He's sort of been busy with his own shit. His reaction analysis. I believe he does have a reaction up on his Twitch. It looks like police looting as well. I would not be surprised, Tabby. I would not be surprised. The police in South Africa is thugs. They're thugs for the most part, right? They're basically in it to enrich themselves. Lots of bribery. I mean, I've never met a cop that isn't susceptible to bribery. They'll usually make it very obvious as well. Like, they pull you over. They go, so what do you have in your wallet? And then you go, I have my license. And he's like, what else do you have in your wallet? And you very quickly get the idea that he's trying to get, he's trying to get something. He probably didn't even pull you over for any specific reason. They just want to line their own pocket. So the police in South Africa is pretty bad. I would not be surprised if they started looting as well. What's a $5 get me? $5? It could get you a lot. It would probably get you free. I know friends of mine who got free from drunk driving. This was all the way back in high school. But they were driving drunk, and they got free on the back of a packet of cigarettes and 2 Cokes. Mickey Moto, thank you for saying what's up, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it really depends on who you fucking get, right? $5 would get you, these days, it will get you a pack of cigarettes. $5. Yeah, sort of the most expensive cigarettes will be... No, actually, it will get you a pack of cigarettes and some change. Get out of speeding tickets with a packet of smokes and Pringles. Nice, 10 deeps. There you go. Yeah, but South Africa is at the minute... I think one could make a solid argument. South Africa is a fucking nightmare at the minute. And it's been coming for a long time. So just to be clear, I've been saying this. I can't say I've been warning about this for a long time, because why the fuck would I warn anyone about this? I've just sort of been saying it for a long time on stream, as well as anyone that knows me. South Africa is on the verge of civil war, and it's because of a government that every single failure they have gets blamed on sort of us, right? And I don't mean to make this a racist thing or a race thing, because I don't like it. I don't think that it's helpful or healthy to distinguish people based on race. But my government likes doing it, right? So whenever there's no electricity, they blame it on us. Whenever there's, the rand is doing badly, my currency, they blame it on us. So everything gets blamed on us. Now, if you're an uneducated person, because my government doesn't educate people, the schools are atrocious, you're going to believe what you're told, right? You're going to believe that, hey, these people are the reason that I'm struggling. And then all you need is a match, right? At some point, you've thrown so much fuel on the fire. A simple match is all that's required. It'd be legendary if Blizzard threw in a Mythic only cinematic where we see the other side of the portal. Ugly Mug, I can almost guarantee you that won't happen. So Blizzard tends to not want to do the whole Mythic only thing often. Zix, how you doing, bro? Tabby, I think the communists will have a serious problem, right? I think they will struggle. The reason I believe so, most South Africans have nowhere else to go, right? It's not like in Zimbabwe. So when Zimbabwe fell, the vast majority of Zimbabweans that wanted freedom fled to South Africa, right? They fucked off out of Zimbabwe and they came to South Africa because they wanted freedom. They didn't want to live under this dictatorship, authoritarian state that takes farms and lands and basically everything. So, you know, they fled to South Africa. But now there's no more fleeing. No other country will take us, right? Where are you going to go? You're in South Africa. You've literally now run as far south as you can possibly fucking run, right? So from here, the only real answer now is we'll fight back then, right? We'll have to fight back. Do I want to fight? No. No, I don't. Even if I don't agree with the looters and the rioters, I don't want to. I don't want to kill people. I genuinely don't. I don't think I could handle that. Jesse, how you doing? Sin family, how you doing? Hop on a boat and head for Australia. In Australia, everything wants to kill me. Here, it's just the looters and the rioters. Once I get to Australia, I have to worry about the people. I have to worry about the snakes, the fucking spiders. You even have stuff in the ocean that wants to kill me. It's not killing, though. Marzinist, so no one's saying killing. I think you arrived a little bit late. The looting is currently the problem, right? Which makes sense. My government has been keeping the country on lockdown for over a year now. People have nothing to do. They don't have food because my government is fucking moronic in how they handle the entire fucking COVID situation. People have been losing their jobs. South Africa's jobless rate is almost the true unemployment rate is 34%. The actual unemployment rate is closer to 45% in my country. So you have 45% of people that have no job, no prospect, no ability to buy food. They're hungry. What the fuck are they? What are they going to do, right? So this has now sparked some looting and rioting and anger because what else are they going to do? Now this poses a serious threat because all South Africa requires at this point, because of the past of this country, is one or two politicians that go, hey, I can use this to ride my way to the top, right? And all they then have to do is direct that anger and it turns into a revolution. Then it's no longer looting and rioting. Then it's a civil war, right? Because now you want revolution. So that's sort of that's the point I was making. Like you can see it as well. If you've watched any of the videos, Twitter is currently full of videos, right? About South African shop owners and homeowners shooting on the looters and the rioters. And then people comment, oh my God, these guys can shoot. I can promise you the vast majority of those people that's standing there shooting have military training or police training. They used to be in the military, right? My generation is the first generation in South Africa that wasn't forced to go to the military. So anyone that is slightly older than me would have spent time in the military. So they're well trained. They're just doing it to basically deter. So they're shooting in the air, shooting over their heads, shooting into the ground, just trying to deter the looters and the rioters from going into neighborhoods where they can absolutely fucking destroy things. They've been burning down malls. They've been burning down strip malls. They've been burning down shopping centers. It's insane what's going on right now. I don't know how it is right now, just to be honest. I don't know how it is today. I don't know if the military has been able to sort of quell the violence. In my opinion, sending in the military is never a good idea. Like, you're a fucking moron if your answer to people being angry is to send in the military. The military is not equipped to deal with that. The militaries, they get trained, shoot first, ask questions later, right? The police are the ones that's supposed to go in and sort of quell emotions, right? Say, all right, guys, calm the fuck down. Send in the riot police, but my country doesn't have that, right? Yeah, you are asking for a massacre. You're asking for the military to eventually... If the military starts to feel threatened by these rioters, what do you think is going to happen next? Like, seriously, what do you think is going to happen next? They're going to open fire on the crowd. And once they kill, say, 10 or 12 people, the crowd is going to get even angrier, right? And eventually you're just going to deal with a whole slew of bad shit. It's exactly, Nancy. That sounds horrible, to blame people for certain races and then turn that into revolution. Politicians, man. It's why I think that we should just kill all politicians. Like, just get rid of them. They're horrible people. The worst of the worst people are politicians. Oh yeah, how's they say? Stay safe, my dude. Volpanex, how you doing, bro? I'm still fine, by the way. They've been fighting sort of a little bit away from my house, like probably 15, 20 minutes away. There's been looting and rioting going on. But Pretoria, for the most part, is still okay. It's not yet spread really to Pretoria. Like, the mob was rather small, if I remember, like, if I'm correct. We just got a WhatsApp message saying that the group in Pretoria that's sort of causing shit isn't causing a lot of shit, right?
That's why the arbiter should be the politician dominating Earth, so that no such thing can ever happen.
So, here's where I would actually, Zigzags, for the first time, in theory, not disagree with you. The arbiter can go suck a dick, right? If she's even capable of doing that. If she isn't, she needs to figure out how, but she can go suck a dick. But I do agree. So I am, for those of you that might not know, even though if you've been on this channel for any period of time, you should know, right? I am an anarchist, right? I believe that I'm not a full-blown anarchist in that no fucking government, although I think government is so distrusting, or I distrust the government so badly that I would probably take no government over a government that I can't control. But that's sort of, I'm more anarchist in my views, right? But I do believe that if humanity truly wished to prosper, having an AI as sort of the leader of humanity would probably be the best way, right? An AI that can think through everything, right? An AI that can think through every action and ensure that people are happy, people are safe, people have what they need. That would probably be the future, right? The question is, how do you get there? And when I say AI, I'm talking about a true AI. So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the AI that we have these days, right? I'm talking about a true AI that can think through their actions. I don't necessarily agree with people like Elon Musk when they sort of bring up the fear of AI taking over the world, because a true AI would be able to think about their actions, right? So if an AI that really could think about everything thought ahead, it would know, okay, I can't kill these people. That's going to lead to riots. It's going to lead to anger, right? So killing these people is not a good choice. I need to find a different way of dealing with the problem. Logical conclusion of an AI would be to save the humans by ending them. Moldavian, that's not necessarily true, right? It's something that the movies love to bring up, but that's actually a very irrational thing, right? If your job is to keep humanity safe, then it's completely irrational to say, let's kill the humans to keep them safe, right? That's an irrational thing to think. Not to create a new device that everyone will want. Create the Reapers. I don't think they'll create the Reapers, but it would be cool as fuck to fight the Reapers. Telekinesis, sort of. You want an AI with empathy? Humans do seem like a plague. You see, I don't agree that humans are a plague. I don't think so. For all of the bad things, and remember, all you ever hear about is the bad things that humans do. But very few, I mean, because it doesn't sell, right? If a newspaper came out tomorrow and just sort of had all the good news of humanity, that'd be a pretty boring newspaper, right? No one would buy it. But for all the bad things that people think humans do, humans are not that bad. We do a lot of good things as well, right? There's a lot of things that probably would have died out already had it not been for human intervention. And in some cases you could say, well, yeah, maybe the humans were involved in their extinction to begin with. But the fact that we could turn it around, right? The fact that we could say, no, stop this. So I don't think humans are as bad as people want to believe. Gulak, how you doing, bro? Thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I'm for as much freedom as humanly possible. That's basically all I care about, is just having freedom. We maybe have saved one species from extinction, but killed out 10 others on the way. Paradigm, the question becomes, did we kill them off, right? Because throughout history, plenty of species have gone extinct, right? Plenty. I mean, where's the dinosaurs? They're gone. A lot of the time it is about adaptation, right? It's about, can you adapt to new circumstances? Can you adapt to new environments? Now, yes, in some cases humans have changed the environment of animals so much that they struggle to adapt. And I mean, we're learning, right? 200 years ago, would we have given a fuck about the panda dying out? Probably not, right? It wouldn't have bothered us. Nowadays, it's a big issue for us. The crash landed on Earth, killed the dinosaurs. Damn it, bro, I'm trying to quit smoking, and here you are ripping fatties in my face. John Gel, how you doing, bro? I do apologize, but, you know. John, can I give you some advice? There's a book that you should read. It's How to Quit Smoking. I think it's called How to Quit Smoking. I haven't finished the book yet, right? But according to many that have, you quit smoking with no cravings whatsoever. Like zero. You read the book, you finish the book, and it's Alan Carr. How to Quit Smoking by Alan Carr, I think. We wouldn't need to help the planet without first screwing it up. You see, the problem with that argument is, and this is where I think a lot of people lose sight of what exactly happens here, right? People love to go, yeah, human beings are the problem, right? Human beings are the problem. But that sort of creates, and this is the reason I can say this, is very few Christians would ever say that, because Christians wouldn't necessarily think that human beings are the problem. It's usually atheists that say that. Now, make no mistake, I'm no Christian, right? I'm agnostic. But if you truly believe that human beings are the problem, then you are making human beings, by definition, some kind of divine being that isn't part of us.
You look like you've lost
right?
weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
I cannot quit Coca-Cola and Pepsi. I have a very bad habit of drinking those things to cope with anxiety and depression. I am like a substance abuser, but just instead of illegal drugs I abuse Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
So Zigzags, I used to be the same, and I've been able to quit easily. It's actually not as hard as you think, by the way. It's actually not as hard. Raybeard, thank you for stealing something. Really fucking appreciate that. 32 months in a row. Thank you, brother. So, Giant Rat Guy, human beings are as much a part of this planet as monkeys or apes or elephants or pandas. We evolved on this planet exactly the same way they did. The only difference between human beings and every other animal is that we managed to rise to the top of the food chain through brain power. Instead of other animals, right? Animals tend to have to adapt to their environments. Human beings are one of the only animals that says, no, my environment will adapt to me, right? So my environment will adapt to me. But we're still animal. So if you go, yeah, human beings are the fucking plague on this earth, they're an animal like every other. They have as much right to live. If a panda has a right to live, then a human has a right to live as well. Because if you say the panda has a right to live, but the human doesn't, then you're sort of making an argument here that I don't follow. Because now, basically, we are starting to become the arbiters of which animals may live and which animals may die. What makes one animal more important than another, right? So you see where I'm going with this. The people that sort of feel like human beings should just be fucking, put to death, they sort of make human beings as if it's this alien species that doesn't belong on Earth, when in reality, we're the same as every other species. 20, 30,000 years ago, we would have been at war with a lot of these other fucking species, right? If a lion came into our territory, we would have hunted it down, and it would most likely have hunted us down as a food source. So at the end of the day, the human beings are just as much a part of this planet as every other animal. If you make an argument for one animal over another, then why can't I say, well, fuck the pandas, let's kill them off? Because I'm doing the same thing everyone else is doing. I'm just replacing panda for human, right? Now, I don't want pandas to die. They're very cute and shit. I'm just saying, right? You can't make the argument that humans should die off because they're a plague on the earth when they're not. They're part of this earth. They've evolved just like every other species. We just managed to do it faster, right? How can you not believe in evolution, Giant Rat Guy? Do you also not believe in gravity, just to be sure? Like, are you like Phoebe and Friends? Not so much being pulled down, but really pushed down. Is that sort of your although Phoebe wasn't technically incorrect with her statement there, but do you also sort of go, yeah, no, I'm not a believer in science either. Yeah, how can you say how can you say evolution isn't real? People die. We're just animals. There aren't vigils held for raccoons that get hit by cars. Paradigm. So the reason it matters to us is empathy. Does a lion cry when a deer dies? No, it thinks, hey, free meal, right? A lion does not cry when a deer dies. The difference between human beings and animals is empathy. We've developed this incredible empathy for other beings, and not just beings of our own species, right? Not just beings of our own species. We have now, in the last 50 years, managed to extend our empathy to animals, which is in terms of biological, anthropological, evolutionary science, it should not happen. Different animal species couldn't give two fucks about other animals. They just care about their own survival. And we've managed to include animals now in our net of empathy, saying, hold on, we can't just go around killing shit, right? We can't do that. That's not how it should be. So that's why it matters to us when other human beings die, when other human beings suffer, because of empathy, because of how we evolved in order to survive. Sorry, I was away. What I meant earlier by the solution to looting is not killing was more, you don't have to kill looters to fight. The not killing will stop the lootings, which is also true, but off topic. Martin asked, I 100% agree with you. The issue is when people's emotions start running very high. And in South Africa, that's very true. South Africa has been a boiling pot for a very long time, almost, over 2 decades now. It's been sort of a boiling pot, and at some point, that pressure cooker is going to explode. And when that explodes, it's going to get really ugly really fast. So animals do have emotions, but humans have very complex emotions. Animals can definitely experience certain types of emotions, sure. But the difference between human beings and every other animal is our ability to even think about thinking, right? Understanding our own survival, understanding our own existence. This is something so complex that even psychologists struggle to actually make sense of it. Like how exactly all these things happen. Humans are animals. Mammals, to be more specific, usually lives in groups, which makes us socials. Humans are members of a Homo sapien species. 100% agree. Chimps mourn the loss of each other, but we taste on them. Paradigm, so... Am I okay with a lot of the animal tasting and stuff that goes on? Not exactly. The question is, what's the alternative? Because we all agree we shouldn't do animal tasting. But the alternative to that is human tasting, which I think most of us would be very much outraged by, right? I think the vast majority of us go, what the fuck? Now, I have sort of posited in the past, in my more dark days, shall we say, why not just take all the inmates on death row, right? Offer them a choice. Don't force them. But you go to them and say, look, you can live forever, right? Well, not forever, but you can live. We won't kill you. But then you have to sign up for medical testing, right? He's already on death row, right? He's going to die. So you may as well make use of the person that basically is a scourge on humanity. Because if you're on death row, you are a scourge to humanity, right? Now, this, of course, conflicts with my views on the death penalty and how I don't agree with it. So I'm not entirely sure, what the... Like, I don't know what the answer is. Let's just say that. I don't know what that answer is. I think it's a difficult one to answer. I think it's a difficult one to actually sort of figure out. Because on the one side, yes, animal tasting is extremely cruel. But on the other side, human tasting would be crueler. Right? At least in my mind. The 100 all over again. The 100 was a good show until the last season. The last season was fucking atrocious. So Lucky Penguin, I do think... So there's a bunch of things that bother me with this world. Your message there just sort of sparked something in me. The whole bullshit that we have in the world where people aren't... where people... So... Basically, to give you guys some insights into what I'm talking about here, I had a question from Germanio the other day, like a philosophical question about suicide and assisted suicide, right? Which sort of played into even deeper thoughts for me. First and foremost, I don't understand why suicide technically is illegal the world over, right? Why technically you're not allowed to take your own life. Because... if you truly believe that there's nothing for you to live for, then surely suicide is the best option for you, right? I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying if you truly believe... The Stoics had this, by the way. I just quickly want to see here. Seneca is one of my favorite Stoics. And while I'm not a great Stoic, I am trying to be. Like, I'm learning about Stoicism more and more. Every day, or at least trying. Let me quickly just go. Seneca quotes on suicide. Just quickly trying to find here. Give me a second, guys. Is this the one? The Daily Stoic? I don't know if it is. I had such a good fucking page, and now I don't have a page. Wait, I think I know. Maybe this is the one. Hold up. I think I might have it now. All right, so Seneca said the following. Listen to this, right? Listen to this quote. This is from the Stoics, right? The Stoics, by the way, were big on suicide. They believed it was actually a very honorable way out. But Seneca said, "Can you no longer see a road to freedom? It's right in front of you. You need only turn over your wrists," right? So that was sort of the Stoic view on suicide. But now, if we're talking about assisted suicide, why is that illegal? If someone is on their deathbed, right? They know that they're gonna die. Why are we forcing people to suffer when they know that it's only suffering? For the next year, it's going to be stupid amounts of suffering. Why? I don't understand this. Also, the whole thing about, medicines that's untested. if you're terminally ill, should you not be allowed to basically chase every single fucking option, right? Even if it's untested medicine, surely you should be allowed to chase that, right? Surely you should be allowed to go, no, fine, fucking do it, right? Legal justification is that human body is a Pandora box. Yeah, but I still don't see how my life has anything to do with the government. When the doctor pulls the plug, my grandfather was saying for 10 years to my grandmother, why won't you let me die? Or yes, I've heard my grandfather sort of had a similar question to my aunt and them.
Wait, that's terrible. Have a dumpling.
But the majority of people that are tempted to commit suicide did not make that decision rationally. The majority of those people regrets their decision. That is why people who want to commit suicide should be stopped, so that they may have the chance to make a rational decision. Assisted suicide is another thing. I think euthanasia is fine but not suicide.
My problem with that is the use of the word rationally. I know many humans. I know very few rational humans. So I would actually say, Zigzags, that even if they lived, they would probably still not make a rational fucking decision to save their life. Like, if it boiled down to it, and the fate of humanity literally balanced on human beings making rational choices, we would be fucking doomed. Human beings are the most irrational creatures on the planet. Everything we do is irrational. Like, everything we do is irrational. So, I don't necessarily... Minority Report is such a good movie. Oh, my fuck. Bro, Marp, what the fuck? Minority Report is such a good movie. Humans Are Really... By the way, there's another movie that you guys absolutely have to watch. Not a movie, it's a series. Brave New World. Ludes, how you doing? Does anyone know what Brave New World is about? Interstellar, very good movie as well, yes. Brave New World is based on a book. It's based on a novel. But it is so bloody good. Brave New World. It came out like almost 2 years ago, I think, at this point. It starts off boring. It gets really fucking good very fucking quickly. But okay, Brave New World is a dystopian social science fiction novel by English author Aldous Huxley, written in 1931 and published in 1932, largely set in a futuristic world state whose citizens are environmentally engineered into an intelligence-based social hierarchy. The novel anticipates huge scientific advancements in reproductive technology, sleep learning, psychological manipulation, and classical conditioning. It's very good, right? It is really fucking good. And in the movie, they also sort of used plagues and shit in order to set up their sort of utopia. It's not the movie, the series. It's such a mind fuck to watch that series. Gonna try to continue this. Battlestar Galactica, the remake from around 2004. Oh my, Mob, yes. You know what I want is a remake of Battlestar Galactica with modern day graphics. Now, here's where I sort of want to point to, and I realize this might be stupid to say, right? But can graphics and sort of special effects in movies get any better? Talking about the best movies out there. Because we all saw the movies of the 80s and the 90s, right? The sort of special effects are horrible. It's very clear that it's not, they didn't understand a whole lot of stuff. But I feel like it's as good as it can get. It looks real already. So how do you make it more real? Do you actually blow people up? Like, is the future of movies people actually get killed and shot? So being an actor is sort of one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet, because if you die in the series or the movie, you're dead in real life. I'm not entirely sure, I don't know how you get better from here, right? I think it's already as good as it is. I still spot bad looking scene all the time, to be honest. I guess I don't watch as intently, but for me, I think it's very good. Yeah, it's just all documentaries at that point. Oddly enough, I'm falling in love with Stargate SG-1 all over again. I never watched that. Would have to feel real. I mean, I get that the future is probably going to be things like VI, right? Or virtual reality, VR. Or AR, right? Augmented reality. So maybe you don't just watch a movie, maybe you are in the movie, right? But I don't know how the graphics would necessarily get better. Can't get it any better before we invent something else, because we already have a lot of CGI. We don't notice. The only improvements we can get is the cost of it. Alex, I agree with you on that. Porn will get it first, don't worry. Oh my god, can you imagine AR porn? Can you guys imagine AR porn? At that point, I think the human race is fucked. At that point, I think the human race stops procreating. Like, it's the point where everyone just sort of goes, why do I need a girlfriend? Why do I need a husband? Why do I need all that problems? I just pop into my virtual world, have sex with, whoever I want to have sex with, and it's amazing, right? Graphics are in their peak, and yet Blizzard struggles to sync lips with words. You gotta watch Psychos Pass. It's an anime about a system that somehow rates your mentality and decides whether you are a criminal. It also assigns you jobs. Kelly, so I made the mistake. So I'm a huge Resident Evil fan, right? I don't play the games because the lotion sales way up. Paradise, you wouldn't need lotion. When we're talking AR, we're talking you go into your mind and you're physically having sex with that person in your mind, right? So it's not even as if you're just sort of watching it happen and you still have to help yourself. Your brain basically takes care of the entire process. So lotion sales would also plummet, I do believe. But okay, so I made the mistake of watching the new Resident Evil anime. I couldn't get in 10 minutes into it. I thought, you know what? I'm really in the mood for something Resident Evil. I just recently rewatched all of the Resident Evil movies. And then I saw this on Netflix and I thought, all right, I don't like anime, but I do want my Resident Evil fix. And I could not fucking get into it. Killerman, how you doing, bro? Electricity bills way up. So I do believe the future of, I believe in the future, and probably not even that far into the future, right? I do think electricity and things like that is going to be free. The minute we figure out, I always forget this. We have fission right now. We don't have fusion. Is that correct? I always fucked it up. We have fission at the minute. We can split the atoms. But we can't yet fuse them. So we can't yet, like, create the sun, so to speak, right? The second we come up with fusion, the second we figure out how to do fusion, electricity is going to become free. They're most likely going to make their money off of huge corporations, huge factories and stuff that use a lot of electricity. But for the vast majority of people, it's most likely going to become free. Because it's just going to be so easy to generate electricity on an incredible scale. That's efficient, right? It doesn't harm the planet. It has very little to no waste whatsoever. So at that point, I don't think we're going to have any sort of costs associated with electricity. No, not in South Africa. We'll still be struggling with fucking load shedding when all of you have electricity for everyone. But yeah. I mean, Chernobyl was the result of a dictatorship that didn't have a fucking clue what they were doing, right? But if you really think about, nuclear is incredibly safe. Nuclear energy, at least, it is incredibly safe. If AR porn becomes real, I feel sorry for Lady Sylvanas and Jaina Proudmore. I'll never leave my house again because I'm be the meat in that sandwich. Chernobyl was a disaster because of bad management. Well, it happened to Fukushima as well. Aureus, yes, but considering the fact that multiple countries throughout the world have nuclear energy, and it sort of happened twice on a very large scale, and every single time it was due to corners being cut. Every single time. It was due to management where they decided, you know what, screw it, let's just cut some corners here. So I personally think being afraid of nuclear is fucking moronic. If you care about the planet, nuclear should be the way to go. Fuck solar, fuck wind. Nuclear is far more efficient. It's more efficient than coal and diesel or oil. Far more efficient, far cheaper in the long run, and it's sort of permanent, right? We have a lot of it, and it's not very wasteful. So I do believe that we should put... this is one of the reasons I love Elon Musk so much. Paradigm, I agree with you. We need to focus on renewable energy. Of course we have to, right? The sun is there, may as well fucking use it. The wind is there, may as well use it. The problem right now with a lot of those, so solar, for example, people love talking about how good solar is. Solar destroys the environment quite a lot quicker than most other things. In order to set up solar power plants, you need to basically clear out massive swaths of land, right? In order to clear them out. And you have to go much bigger than what you would need a nuclear power station for. This is actually prevalent in California. There's a massive solar plant in California that basically displaced millions of animals, right? Their entire habitat was destroyed by the solar farm. It doesn't even put out close, I think 1/10 of the power that the nuclear power station puts out. That's not even close to its size, right? So just from a pure impact on the environment, solar makes it really fucks shit up. Now, one could make the argument, well, let's just have every home in the world completely covered with solar panels, and I can 100% get on board with that. So rather than sort of carving out areas within our planet where we put up solar power plants, we turn entire cities into one giant power plant. I can get on board with that. I don't have a problem with it. Nuclear, on the other hand, I think if you take the direction that technology goes, nuclear becomes the only thing that can reliably offer electricity with keeping up with the use case scenarios for it or the usage of it. So I personally think investing in solar, very good idea. We need to be able to get solar panels to the point where it's at least 60 to 70% effective. I think the newest solar panels we have now is something like 30 or 40% effective, right? Now, this is a big step up. Just a decade ago, the best solar panel that you can buy was something like 10% effective. So 10% of the energy that it got turned into electricity. So we've come a long way, but we need to go much further if we actually want to get to a place where solar panels is the future. That's going to be some badass wireless transfer of electricity from residents in Serbia on lithium mine that's supposed to be used in new batteries. So lithium is actually, the mining of lithium is just as horrible for the environment. So yes, there was a thing back when newspapers were still good. They actually had an article about this where the amount of pollution that one battery-operated car creates is the equivalent of driving for a year in a normal SUV. Did you guys hear about the new quantum computer though? Like we're busy doing, like, we now have the fastest or biggest quantum computer ever that's about to go operational or have been tested and is operational. I don't know if it's Google or if it's who exactly it is, but quantum computing, bro. We need something that can push science forward, and I think quantum computing is the thing to do it. Your cousin have made some of the chips for it. Jesus. I want to see where humanity is at in 1,000 years from now. Hard drives that store light. You see, I don't know exactly how it's going to function on a small sort of consumer level, right? The WoW servers, that's for sure. It could help, right? If the speed of research keeps up, you might be able to, Akko. I mean, I watched this documentary where they were talking about people living forever, and they did say that anyone born after 1985 will likely be the first generation on the planet Earth that lives forever, that doesn't die. Aureus, so one of the reasons there's been no big breakthroughs in physics in the last 40 years is the technology that goes with it, right? We've sort of, this was something Neil deGrasse Tyson actually spoke about, which was really interesting. We've plucked all the low-hanging fruit, right? Actually, no, sorry, it was Brett Weinstein. It was Brett Weinstein that said this. We sort of plucked all the low-hanging fruit. All the easy things that we could get from physics have been plucked. Everything else is so high up that in order to get there, we need technology. So, for example, quantum computing is desperately required in order for us to run some of the simulations that would teach us more about physics, right? Because once we get into like the quantum world, that's where things just sort of grind to a halt. It breaks all the laws. It doesn't react the way that we believe it should react. So, you know, that sort of that I think is the next big step. And this is how science have always worked, just by the way. There's been massive times throughout history where science does not seem to progress at all. And then one innovation changes all of that. Like one innovation leaps us into the future. Doesn't matter. This is all a simulation anyways. So how many people in chat believe in this simulation theory? The question that I have when it comes to the simulation theory, and I'm not dismissing it at all, right? My view on almost all theories like this, and I realize this is a cop-out, is the same as my view on religion, right? I don't know. That's generally my answer to any religious conversation is I don't know. It could be. There could be a God. Maybe there isn't a God. I don't know. I'm open to the possibility. Now, for the simulation theory, I'm open to the possibility. My problem with the simulation theory is who is running the simulation and who made them. Because that does not stop the argument of is there a God? It simply moves God further along the food chain, right? It just moves him higher up. Because someone has to run the simulation, and that person had to have been created by something. We want to sit here and watch me play games while watching others play games. Worst simulation ever. Sort of stepping my career there. So, how you doing, bro? No, I sort of think that if you're going in the direction of that, it becomes a massive slippery slope, right? Of what exactly is and isn't possible. Being open is good. Whatever it turns out to be is interesting rather than a disappointment. The progenitors, primordial gods. I sort of like the idea that there's something after this. I do. I not necessarily a heaven or a hell, but I do like the idea that there might be something after this. So here's where my views, and I realize this is getting very deep, but here's where my views on God sort of stand at the moment. If you look at the universe and you look at how by accident so many things happened, right? So many things happened so precisely by accident. There's two schools of thought on this, right? The one is just billions and billions and billions of iterations upon iterations. So for every Earth that was created, there's billions of Earths that never made it, right? They got put together far too quickly. They dissipated. They were too close to the sun. They got scorched. They were too far too far from the sun. They got frozen over. So there's sort of every like that's the one theory, right? The other theory is that there is a god. There is some kind of hand in the process. Now, the only place I sort of break away from the religious view on God, shall we say, and this is not me sort of stamping against religion, because I do think religion has a viable place in society and it serves a good purpose, but I don't necessarily agree that this God, if there is a God, would care what we do on this planet. This is the creator of the universe. This, whoever it is that created this, he is so much bigger than the rest of us. So much bigger. Why would he care about you being a good or bad person on this earth, right? I don't think it bothers him. Or her. Or they would probably not even have a gender. Because they transcend anything that we could even fucking imagine, right? So that's sort of my view on it. Fallon, how you doing? Religion is the only thing that kept us going for so long, but it is becoming a bit outdated now, in my opinion. You see, I have a problem with the argument that religion becomes outdated. I have a problem with the view that religion would ever become outdated. You see, religion serves a far greater purpose than I think most atheists like to believe. So Sam Harris, who is someone that I sort of disagree with on a lot of things, but I also have respect in a lot of ways. He likes to believe that human beings have a shared morality and that our shared morality is enough. Like, we don't need anything else, right? We just need morality. Religion isn't important. And I've always had a big problem with that because it does not seem obvious to me from the get-go that you and I will have the same morality regardless of where we were born. I feel it's far more likely that if I was born in South Africa, my sense of morality is going to change drastically and differ very deeply from yours. Right? And so what religion allows us to do is it allows us to find common cause with our fellow man, right? Because if you're a Christian, right, and I'm a Christian, as an example, there's a couple of things that I can sort of take at face value about you, right? I can accept that you and I share a similar, and I'm talking about the majority of people here, not the fucking retards that sit at the front of the church and pretends to be Christian, but then steals from Mondays to Saturdays. They steal everyone's money, and then on Sundays they go to church basically just to go, I'm a good person, I sit in the front, right? I'm talking about the genuine people. There's a couple of things that we agree on because we both share the same religion, and the same is true for Muslims, right? You're a Muslim, I'm a Muslim. We can agree on certain truths that does not necessarily need to be spoken about, right? We just agree that we both believe this is the truth, so it allows us to work together. Whereas if I don't know what you believe, right, if I don't know what your religion is, it might turn out that you think, no, eating people is a viable fucking option. In that case, we have a very different viewpoint on what the right way to live is, right? Get about intelligence and human awareness. It's beyond all this. I think it's a difficult thing. Today I was doing Maldraxxus abomination stitching, and one of them sent me to Revendreth to find some books. These books were about Maldraxxus battle tactics, but one of them said that Maldraxxus invaded Revendreth. Do you think it was just because Primus knew of Denathria's alliance with Jaela? Angawar, no. So I've seen those books, and I've sort of looked into them a little bit. It's one of the things that shapes one of my new theories now. So I do think that there's a chance, at least, that the Shadowlands was once a place of war, not a place of cooperation. Morality demands a transcendent anchor point to say that things are absolutely right or wrong. Clubber time, yes. I think you need that agreement amongst people, right? It's sort of the problem that we have right now with cities. Yeah? In cities, for example, people feel more and more alienated from their community because cities become so big. And so you get people that's more afraid of everything. They feel more disconnected. They're more depressed. Compare that to small towns. People are happier. People trust their neighbors more. And all of that is because usually in small towns, these would be very religious towns where, everyone goes to church on a Sunday. Everyone knows each other. We all agree on the same things. Where in big cities, you have so many different cultures, so many different things going on that human beings sort of feel out of place. You feel disconnected, if you will. I hate cities. I'd much rather live in the country or a small town. I have a love-hate relationship with cities. On the one hand, yes, absolutely hate them because they're noisy, they're sort of annoying. But on the other hand, I can't imagine living in a place where I don't have access to anything I need as soon as I need it. Right now, if there's something I want, I can go to the shop, any one of 1,000 million shops, and just pick it up. If I lived out in the country in South Africa, that is not possible, right? There's usually just one shop with a very limited selection of things. I have glitched. The problem with religion, the problem with religious institutions. I think this is where I draw the line, and that's a very good point that you just made there. I don't have a problem with religion. I do have a problem with religious institutions because they've become businesses. We've all seen this. These mega fucking churches that shoots up in the US, right? These preachers that have private planes and make millions of dollars, right? On the back of their fucking congregations. Do you truly believe those people are Christian? Like, seriously, do you really think that asshole that has a private fucking plane is a Christian? No, he's a businessman. Because here's my problem with almost every preacher in the world. The Bible states very clearly. Now, I used to be born-again Christian. I know my Bible very well. The Bible states very clearly. Jesus says this to his disciples. Now go forth and preach the word of God. Do not take a purse, only a walking stick. You're not allowed to take a purse. In other words, you're not allowed to accept money for your preaching. His idea was that you go from town to town, you take jobs with people. So maybe someone gives you lodging, you work in their factory or wherever they are. You work there to pay for your lodging. You preach the word of God. You move on to the next town. That's not what happens these days. These days, being a preacher pays very well. Christian doesn't make you less human with all its flaws and shortcomings. Oh, Alieth, no, not at all. I have no hate in my heart for Christians or any religion. It's more the institution that I'm talking about, not Christian. So I make a very deep distinction between Christians and the institutions of religion. I lived with a deacon of a church at one point. One night I woke up to her standing over me, staring with hatred, like she was going to pull out a knife and stab me. When she noticed my eyes open, she just turned and walked out of my room like nothing happened. The fuck? Struggle with that must have been quite scary. So, Lucky Bring and my brother is similar to that. My brother is like me. Neither of us are religious, but my brother does go to church. He likes the community. He likes the idea of meeting people, being able to congregate, because it is, especially in cities, it's sort of the only place where you can find community. So he's similar in that regard. I'm afraid I would burst into fucking flames if I went to church, so that's why I don't do it. Fear of my own life. So yeah, I couldn't go to church. I don't think I would be allowed in. Wild Boy, how you doing, brother? 100% agree with you. Wild Boy, you've come a long way. I just want to say, when you first arrived at this channel, you were a socialist with an affinity for making money on the free market. You've become far more libertarian than what you used to be. I'm proud of you. I refuse to go to church or have anyone tell me how or what to believe. Enoch, how you doing, bro? You shouldn't be doing something you don't truly rely on, religiously speaking. It's because the stock market changed my life, as it should. As it should. Just become a multi-billion-dollar company at this point. So props to you for your honesty. I love the fact that you are so honest. Clubber time. The problem with lying is that you have to keep track of the lies, right? Like if you pretend to be something you're not, you have to keep pretending. And I am too lazy for that. So I find just saying whatever the fuck I think might alienate a lot of people, but at least I don't have to keep track of all the bullshit I've been spewing to ensure that I'm always sort of constant in my views. Now that does not mean that I don't change my mind. I change my mind a lot, right? From one side to the next, you know. Used to be very conservative, then became very liberal, then went back to conservatism, then went straight down the libertarian rabbit hole. Eventually now arrived at the anarchist area of the political spectrum, which I believe is the superior place to be. But I might change my mind again at some point. Nico Spider, how you doing? I live in an Islamic country, and they just took the Opie mouse pad I ordered, so fuck. What do you mean they took it? It's changed to an Eve? Jace, what do you mean? I don't go to church because it's super uncomfortable. It feels so awkward and cult-like and so fake. And you always have the weirdo speaking in tongues after songs. So weird. True. That happens. But, you know, I used to be in a church like that as well. 100% agree, Echo. Accept truth, accept rejection, accept who embraces your truth. Everything is real that way. Lucky Penguin, I have one problem with the words you said there. Just one. I agree with everything else, but there's one issue that I have there. Embraces your truth. So I was raised, and my dad used to have this saying, there are three truths in this world. There is my truth, right? There is your truth, and then there is the truth. Okay? The art of humanity is figuring out that I'm full of shit, you're full of shit, this is the truth. So that's sort of the only issue that I would have. There's no such thing as your truth. There's only the truth. So if everything else is sort of just an opinion, right? Like if you have a, like, you get these people that go, oh, that's my truth. What the fuck are you talking? It's either true or it's a lie. It can't be. There can't be multiple truths. We can't run a society like this. Everyone can't be fucking right. I grew up Southern Baptist. Those are the least Christian Christians. Cherry-picked scriptures, lots of cliques and drama. I'm now eclectic pagan and am so much happier. Frisky, how you doing, bro? So I don't know much about the Southern Baptist Church, but aren't they like incredibly sort of racist and anti-gay people and shit? You watch Joe Rogan's podcast? I do. Crimson Horus. I like his podcast. Not all of it. So recently he's been talking to a lot of celebrities. I could not give two fucks what Miley Cyrus has to say. So, yeah. I meant in the context of being honest, that being your truth. Confusing, sorry. Lucky Penguin, no, I fully understand. I just sort of wanted to make that distinction. There's only one truth in your delusion. That's Westboro. But yes. Wait, So Westboro Baptist Church is the horrible one. Then what's the Southern Baptist Church? Is there a difference? What the fuck is the difference? See, I can't agree with any ideology that wants to make men lesser or more. That's my biggest issue. Any ideology that wants to turn, and when I say men, I'm talking about humans, that wants to make one human better or worse than another human, I can't agree with. Are we all different? Of course we are. We're not the same, right? But we are all equal, and we should all be equal. You should not treat someone with, you should not treat people differently based on things that they have no control over. General term for Baptists in the South? Two different churches. Okay. I like Neil deGrasse Tyson's point of view on God. Either he's not all-powerful because he can't eliminate sicknesses and such, or he isn't all-loving and he just lets people suffer. Angawar, so I've heard him say that, and it's another example of why some scientists should not be scientists. And I realize I might be pissing a lot of people off here. I'm not a fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm not a fan of Bill Nye the Science Guy either. Because these are people that are so desperate for relevancy that they don't even do real fucking science. They literally spew shit, and then because they have a doctorate in science, they sort of believe that they are rational, because that's an extremely irrational thing to believe. Because it either says to me that Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know what religion is, so he doesn't understand what God is, so he's talking out of ignorance, or he's trying to make a point regardless of what the truth is. So here's the problem, right? With people saying there can't be no God because look at all the suffering in the world. God literally gave human beings free will. The suffering of the world is the result of the free will that was given, if we believe in God, right? If we believe in God, then God says in the Bible that humans have free will. The suffering in the world is because of the free will of human beings. If God were to interfere, then we would no longer have free will. Then that free will would be removed from us, because now he has to interfere in order to ensure that only good things happen. So you see the problem there. Either you're free and freedom comes with good and bad things, or you're not free and maybe you only get good things. That's sort of the issue, right? So the argument that look at all the suffering, that's not an argument against religion, even though that is an argument that years ago I made myself before I started thinking a lot more rationally about it. Jamanio, how you doing? Was doing laundry. Happy to have you here. Now we have to talk about predestination. Periscopic, what do you mean? Well, Nye doesn't have a doctorate. He has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. I know, Mr. Smoken, but the point I was trying to make is these are people that pretend to be scientists, and then because they're scientists, we're told that they are rational, and they're the people that we should listen to. Natural disasters, I don't think God can be all-powerful and all-caring. So natural disasters is still part of the free will, right? It's allowing your system to play out the way that it has to play out. And if you look at natural disasters, we might not be advanced enough to understand why these occur. But remember, the earth is a balancing act. Nature balances itself out all the time, right? So we see this as a natural disaster. Oh my God, there's just been a flood. But if that flood didn't happen, what else would have happened, right? How much worse could things have gotten? So Mother Nature is constantly, basically, keeping itself in equilibrium. So these natural disasters might actually be, and as far as we're concerned, oh my God, thousands of people dead, right? That's horrible. We don't want that. But from a nature perspective, if that didn't happen, we may be from 1,000 people dead to 1 billion people dead, right? If those things didn't happen. So at the end of the day, again, there's this sort of, on the seventh day, God rest. He looked at his creation and it was perfect, and so he rested. The idea sort of being that he is still in rest. He does not actively interfere. That's sort of it. Do you miss your Grand Warlock days back in Legion? Not really. I sometimes miss making Warlock videos because they were very fun to make. I don't miss the amount of work that went into them. Like, having to raid constantly, having to work really fucking hard to figure out different builds and theory crafting your way through things. It was a lot of fucking work. So I prefer the lore, which is fun work, right? When I have to go do research on a specific topic, that's not me going, oh my god, I can't believe I have to do research. It's me reading about the lore in WoW, so that's good fun. If this creation is perfect, then God is an idiot. Dragonwolf. You see, the problem is with objectivity. We like to point out that this creation is flawed because people die, because this happens, that happens. But it's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem that keeps itself in balance at all times. This is one of the reasons I'm not so worried about things like global warming. The Earth equalizes itself very well. So should things get too bad, the Earth will equalize itself. Things will happen to keep it in equilibrium, right? That and the fact that I think technology will solve a lot of the issues that we currently have. So, yeah. Rather silly idea, like stuff is grown through nature and physics, or a flying man genius designed it all in a week. Wild Boy, so it depends. My dad, for example, is a... my dad is a Christian, but he believes in science, very much so. So he sort of married his idea of evolution and God. So in his mind, God used evolution in order to create the universe. It was the tool that God used. Which I get for a lot of atheists. It's like, oh my fucking god, they just always come up with their own fucking stories. But at the end of the day, can you really refute it? No. Because here's my problem with people that go, there is no God. My question immediately becomes, can you prove that? And then the next thing is, well, you can't prove a negative. Okay, so then we're both in agreement that your belief that there is no God is as religious as the religious person's belief that there is a God. Because it's both just based on, I want this to be true. Because you can't prove it. Until such time that you can prove that there is no God, your view that there is no God is a religious notion. The very thing that makes you angry at religious people, you do yourself, right? You're basing it on hopes and dreams with literally no evidence to say anything counter to that. You could say the same about the Tooth Fairy. Not really, because with the Tooth Fairy, we know where the money comes from. If it just so happens that your parents weren't the ones that put the money in your shoe and weren't the ones who took your tooth, then we could say, well, maybe it is the Tooth Fairy. But we know exactly where those things come from, right? And so we can say with pretty good certainty that there is no Tooth Fairy. But then again, people who take sort of, what's that drug? Is it DMT? What's it called? It's some kind of drug that people see fucking working elves and stuff with. Devil Bride, thank you much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. DMT, yeah. People see that shit and they sort of, they believe that it might be true, right? I've never taken it. I've always had sort of, I've always been curious, but they believe that those things are real. It's just in a dimension that we can't see. And again, not really something we can prove or disprove, right? Now, I think the best argument against God is to expand the notion of God. To assign a quality to God is to assert that something has a source outside of God, thus creating two gods. Example, if God is good, then where does evil come from? If evil is being away from God, then existence can exist away from God, unless your view of God is a Buddhist God. God is being in its entirety. So where does evil come from? Evil comes from humans and their decisions, right? That would be the religious argument, at least. I don't believe there is no God. I think agnostic is the most scientific view that you can have. I think being an agnostic is the most scientific view that you can have. Problem of evil can be solved by saying that if God is in everything, then he is not all good and therefore is both. If God is to be the totality of everything, then he must be everything, including evil notions. Mr. McFunpants, how you doing, bro? Thank you much for the follow. By the way, also, so thank you much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without light, there can be no darkness. Those principles are the firstborns. If we were able to create a mini universe, and that's big if, wouldn't we be technically gods of that universe? Well, yes, we would technically be the gods of that universe. I don't like coming to conclusions. I believe that conclusions closes the avenue to truth, right? I think if you come to a conclusion in life, so for example, there is no God, then you've closed yourself off to so many different types of explanations of what the universe could or could not be. I think it's far more helpful to go, I don't know. You might not sound as smart, right? People might not look up to you and go, oh my God, that guy is a knowledgeable person. But at least, I don't know keeps the options open, right? It allows me to explore everything. If everything that happens is by God's design, then Hitler wasn't evil. He was just doing God's will. Dragonwolf, that's a problem of Christianity, or at least religious thought, not a problem of God. Because everything doesn't happen by God's design. At least if you read the Bible, it's very clear that God gives humans free will. Therefore, he's not responsible for your actions. You are responsible for your actions. And if you think about Hitler's life, how did it come to an end? He took his own life because of everything that he had done. And you can imagine all the stress and shit that he's been under. He's paid for the decisions that he made, right? As well as every other Nazi that made the decisions alongside him. So you basically pay for it. The only difference is for religious people, this is where karma comes in. Even though I'm not a believer in karma, I do think that you set up your own hell, right? So my difference here would be, I don't think hell is a place that you go to after you're dead. I do think hell is a place that you create for yourself here on Earth, right? Tube, how you doing? So, as far as I'm concerned, if you make bad decisions, if you fuck people over, if you hurt people for no reason whatsoever, you do create your own hell here on Earth, because suddenly you have to start looking over your shoulder the whole time, right? In order to keep yourself ahead. When then, if you made good decisions, you wouldn't have to fucking do that, right? Rose Scarlet, I genuinely don't know. I have an add-on that I use for it. Let me just quickly see if I can find it for you. I just recently downloaded an add-on for it. I believe there's a better one out there. I'm not that big on all the add-ons, but I downloaded an add-on called Covenant Mission Success Estimates. Hell is empty and all the devils are here. That is a very good Shakespeare quote, Germanio. You're welcome, Rose Scarlet. By the way, which server, which application do you use for your apps, your WoW add-ons? Oh, Cowtity, what the fuck did you do? Every man knows you do not touch your girl's sweets. Every man knows that. Of course, the rule does not go both ways. For some reason, there is an incredible hypocrisy within this world. If your wife has treats that she's put aside for herself, those are not yours, those are hers. However, if you have treats that you've put aside for yourself, those suddenly becomes communal, right? Suddenly everyone can fucking have, if I'm in the mood for it, I'll take it. Why would you do that? Don't touch a woman's donut, ever. The average person is also extremely stupid. Wild Boy, I agree with you. This is actually one of my favorite Winston Churchill quotes. he basically said the reason, if you want to know why democracy doesn't work, spend 5 minutes talking to the average voter. Tabby, that makes sense. What's yours and hers, and what's hers is hers? Exactly, Dragonwolf. 50% of people have below average IQ. My bad, a fancy chocolate is mine, no touchy. But the creation of hell had... Every man should know this, and this is actually something that I think should be taught in schools. Every man should know this. Always keep a secret supply of sweets and treats for that time of the month, because it comes in handy. And never assume that something that is in the fridge is yours because it's in the fridge that you bought. Either alongside her, or maybe you bought the fridge really. Just because you bought it does not mean it's yours. It basically, you'd have to apply for dual custody of whatever is in the fridge at the time of, you looking. Tube, what do you mean? Do you assume it's to make a fool of you and me? When she starts the PMS rage, just start throwing chocolate at her and everything it gets better. True. Put a second fridge in your man cave. That would that's gonna be my plan, at least. Tube, it releases when? Because I'm just gonna buy it from Amazon. I haven't checked yet when it releases. I think I do have notifications set up, so as soon as I'm allowed to buy it, I'll buy it. Is it today? I don't think so. Isn't it tomorrow? I'm looking for it now. Yeah, it's 14th, so it's tomorrow. It releases tomorrow. When the communists are in the funhouse, everything is ours. Tell a girl to calm down. Yeah, that would work. But you want to time it, Mikimoto? You want to time it just right. You want to do it when she's at the height of being pissed off, right? So she's just caught you. She's literally just caught you in bed with another woman. She also realized that you ate all of her expensive chocolate, and you've left the toilet seat up, right? So it's a culmination of all of the bad things here. And then at the height where her voice is basically getting so high that only dogs can hear her, that's when you go, hold up, honey, I think you're overreacting. Works every time. Nine with cheese, how you doing? Is it really comedy too? Like you're not bothered? Yeah, you just have to be like, oh, well, this is giving me secondhand anger. Yeah, but it works every time. So it won't stop the anger, but that usually silences things down. Right? That's usually where the speaking stops. So while you are sleeping on the couch, sex is not on the table, at least for the foreseeable future. Lady Survival, how you doing? She's no longer yelling. Silent treatment is the fucking worst. And that's also usually where I shut down. Like, do not fucking go silent. Nico, that's very true. Actually, no. I'm fine is not as bad as, The scariest things a woman can ever say to you is, Mitigates some of the pain. Illyrium, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I say that all the time. No, Tabby. Oh, the look. Okay, ladies, I need to ask, how many of you have a death lock? and I am gonna call bullshit if it's not all of you, because every girl I've ever known girls have this thing that they do with looks. It can sometimes be the kind of look where you go, ooh, fucky tonight. And then sometimes it's that of, I'll just sleep on the couch, it's fine. K is the worst. Oh, fuck, dude. Yep. If a girl texts you, so you had a fight, you're in a fight, right? You've been having this massive fucking argument, and then her last reply to you is K. You know she's busy stewing. Like, she's figuring out. She's going to collect shit from like 10 years ago. You know, even before you were dating, she's starting to collect shit that her ex did. She's like collecting stuff that her father did when you know, her father and her mother used to fucking argue. You know you are coming home to a well-prepared fucking, and not the good one. Done fucked up look. It is real. I've done it before. It's good for silencing my class too. The look is very universal. May not train to understand the look, I think. It's probably something that comes before we had language. Like, women were the first people who knew how to communicate even before we had language. Just the look. And that look sends chills down the spines of every man. But that exact same girl can give you a look that makes you want to leave every party in a good way. And kill with her eyes if she's angry. Oh no, the K is worse than that. It's more of a, I don't even deem you worthy of my words anymore. It's the ultimate fuck off. Yeah, I would say that girls are unaware of the power that they have over men. My response to K is leave her alone. It has always worked for me. Ned the Ninja, there are times where you just have to back the fuck off. So I once heard this guy. He was like a pickup artist or something. My brother used to watch him a lot, right? And he sort of said, never just leave a girl alone.
Hey Echo, what do you think? What's the connection between the Stone Right and a loon? There is a cutscene where she possibly wields the power of a loon. Cutscene timestamped.
Oh, Doug, we've already spoken about that. The Stone Right was, first of all, thank you much for the 420. Really appreciate that. Blaze it, motherfucker. We've already spoken about that. The Stone Right used to be a night warrior. Like, that's well documented within her history. She was a night warrior before she died, before she gets into the Shadowlands. So that's why she has the power of Elune. But also remember that the Stone Right that we see now is not the original Stone Right. We don't actually know where the original Stone Right is. Like, there's some theories and some in-game pointers to where. But this one is one that the original Stone Right was replaced with this one. I do think that the original Stone Right will resurface, yes. The worst thing, though, is when you are mad, you give the look, and then you are told you look cute. It's like, I'm angry, not cute. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. What I wanted to say. This guy said, now listen to this, ladies. I'm sure you guys will love this. The guy said, if your girl is really angry with you, just start teasing her. Like, he was giving advice on how to have a successful and healthy relationship. And he said, just start teasing her, like playfully poking at her and sort of slapping her ass and stuff like that. And I thought to myself, have this guy ever been in a relationship? Because maybe he's a good pickup artist. Like, maybe he can actually, maybe he can pick up girls. But if your girl is really angry with you, poking and prodding is almost never the right answer. Tabby, it depends, right? So this guy was talking about genuine anger. There are times where your girl is just sort of annoyed with you, right? She's annoyed because men can be annoying. And yes, then a bit of playful poking and stuff is good. Minion, what did you try to link? See, I've luckily never had to sleep on the couch. Luckily. every girlfriend that I've ever had, because I sort of have a rule that I don't go to bed angry. It's something that my mom taught me years ago, like when I was a little boy. Because me and my brothers used to fight all the fucking time. And there was just this rule, you're not allowed to go to bed angry. I just had to forcefully lower my eyebrows. Didn't realize they've been raised, and I really look for the past 5 minutes. If I'm actual proper mad, teasing me will just make me go rage mode. Shit. That could work, but first with ice cream. It's a PC Gamer article about the Sylvanas video. Oh yeah, I saw that, actually. That is a very interesting discussion, Minion. That is a very interesting discussion. That sort of should be highlighted. Let's just quickly go there. I've read the article and I wanted to do a video on it, and then I thought, nah, fuck it. Not in the mood. No way. Okay, there's a new article now on PC Gamer. Hold up. I'll show you guys that now. Just looking, where the fuck is that world of Here we go. I got my shoelaces and t-shirts scissored by teasing an angry GF. If I'm proper mad, never poke the bear. So I think it depends on what girlfriend you have. So I would never date a girl that destroys my property. I would never date such a girl. So I'm very big on emotional maturity, right? And what I mean by that is she needs to be able to understand where's the fucking line. Like, here is absolutely instant divorce, right? Instant divorce. If she starts throwing shit at me. That's not even an argument. There's no sort of, maybe we should go to counseling. That's me going, yeah, all right, you'll have the papers in the morning. I'm fucking out of this. Because if you think the response to being angry is to throw shit around or try to hit me or something like that, then you can go fuck yourself. Like, never use mind games for evil. Being a brat is one thing, but don't be cruel. What kind of brat are we talking about? Because there's the fun kind of brat, which is awesome. And then there's the brat of just sort of throwing your toys out of the cart. In the middle of the night because she need me in the spine. Oh my fuck. Okay, so Mr. Smokin', it's not as bad as that, but so, gentlemen, how many of you are familiar with the cold feet on your hot body when you're trying to fall asleep? Every guy should know exactly what I'm fucking talking about here. Any guy that's ever slept with a girl, fucking ever. You're comfortable, you're in bed, you know, you're fucking chilling, and then suddenly she goes, oh, my feet are cold, I'll give it to him. And it's like, oh my God, are you fucking serious? I'm awake now. I think I'll go shower and fucking start working. Yeah, about that. My wife does the ice feet thing. She thinks it's hilarious. I fucking loathe it. Cold hands on a worm, on a it's also not fun. I love cold feet. I'm a heater when I'm sleeping. Yeah, but I don't want the cold feet on me. Men are like walking hot water bottles. Yeah, but we shouldn't be used that way. It's our heat. Why are you taking our heat? My hubby loves my cold feet. Frisky, I'm pretty sure he doesn't love it. He does it because he loves you. He would have preferred if you didn't have cold feet. The lower back, or they sort of push it under you. Like you're lying on your back or something, and then they sort of push it under you. There's always a choice. There must always be a choice. So I'm not I'm not big on cuddling, like cuddly sleep. Not big on that. Because I can't fall asleep then. If I'm sort of in bed and she wants to cuddle, I can't fall asleep. I'm sort of more the wall of China sort of thing. Like, this is my side, that's your side. You know, we did the fucky thing. It's sleepy time now. You go to your side, I go to my side. Both very happy. But then you get these girls that sort of just want to fucking, like, cuddle the whole night. And it's like, well, I can't do that. Because I don't like just sleeping on one side. I can't just sleep on one side. I turn around all the time. So I'll go to bed, say, lying on my side, and I wake up the next day or the next morning, completely different fucking position than what I went to bed with. Caldana, why would you sleep on a piece of wood? We'll cut off it, then roll over and sleepy sleep. I can fall asleep cuddling, but can't sleep for more than an hour because then I can't readjust. Parascopic, I agree. Although, you know what is the absolute fucking worst? It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. So I have a queen size bed, right? I have a massive fucking bed. And then some, especially now in the winter, I'll wake up because somehow I've taken all of my covers and I've moved them to the fucking floor. So I'm lying there cold as shit because I've literally put all of my covers on the floor. I get so annoyed at myself because then I have to get up because it's a heavy blanket. It's like a weighted blanket. So I can't just really pull it up because it's not going to go up right. So I have to get up and fucking put it back on the bed, remake it, so to speak, so that I can get in and sleep again. And to Atraco, it's literally a plank of wood. It was tough at first, but now I can literally sleep anywhere comfortable and I have a straight back. I would never sleep on a plank of wood. Absolutely never, Kildana. My bed is far too comfortable for that. And I paid a fuck ton for this bed. So, yeah, not going to happen. By the way, Niora, I don't know if I said hello to you, but I did see you earlier in the chat. It's why in winter I wear wool socks. I have a fluffy one side and then tie a robe around me. So if the bedding goes, I'm still fluffy and warm. See, I can't sleep like that. Parascopic, I think I do. I think I do kick them off. Just sometimes. It's not all the time, but it does happen. So it's bed, and I get 1.5 strip on the right side, and she gets the rest. Then one of the kids climbs in and steals my sliver. Dragonwolf, that's usually how it goes, right? My bedding at the moment in summer is still a fleece bedding. Oof. No, I don't know if I could sleep. Like, in summer, I have the air conditioning blasting. So the room is pretty much always at like 17, 18 degrees Celsius. And then I have like really warm bedding. Not having anything on my feet, like socks and shoes. Here's something interesting about sleep, by the way. For those of you that might not like it. Sleeping with socks on actually allows for a better night's sleep. I can't do it either. I can't have things on my feet when I'm sleeping. It feels weird. But apparently, when your hands and your feet are warm, you sleep better. Because that's the signal that your body needs that it's time to sleep. This is why sometimes when you get out of the shower, you feel sort of like toasty, right? You're nice and toasty and you sort of feel tired now because of the warmth. It's your body's natural response once it gets like nice and toasty is it's time to sleep. It must be time to sleep. Oh, that's another thing I could never do. This is what I get. Lady Survival, what do you mean? So I would go absolutely mental if I were to date a girl that wants animals to sleep in the same bed as me. It's unhygienic. It's fucking dirty. Animals should not be in the same bed as you. I'm sorry. I draw the line. my bedroom, right? My girlfriend or wife can have as many fucking animals as she wants. But the bedroom is like a sacred space. No pets allowed. This is where humans sleep. The pets can have their own bed somewhere else, but this is the human area. Is that why I get sleepy in the car when it's hot? Like we're driving around and I'm falling asleep. Lady Survival, the car is also something that makes humans fall asleep. This is what you do with babies, right? If a baby can't fall asleep, you put it in the car and you go drive around and it just falls asleep. Parascopic, I'm allergic to almost every animal, right? I'm allergic to dogs. I'm allergic to I'm allergic to dogs. I'm allergic to cats. I'm very allergic to cats. So if they were to sleep in my bed, I would literally start dying. I tried to remove him from the bed. He don't give a shit. I won't ever have a cat unless it's a hypoallergenic cat, right? And there's one hypoallergenic cat actually that I can have. I'll quickly show you guys. It's called, I think, a Russian. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Russian blue or some shit like that. It's these cats. So I can have these. These are the only cats. Oh, not the only. There's like 5 species of cat that I can have because they're hypoallergenic. Dude, that's what I just said. You get hypoallergenic cats because this is what a lot of people don't know. What do you think triggers the allergy? And if you do know this, don't answer. What triggers the allergy in cats? What makes people allergic to cats? It's their spit. Yeah. It's something to do with a protein that's in their that's in their saliva. That's why you get allergic to them. But I mean, this is a fucking cute cat, by the way. Although this one is very cute. Look at those eyes. People who are allergic to cat saliva is because they are dirty. Fucking love cats. So I've never had a cat because my entire family is allergic to them. It's only my mum that wasn't allergic. Ferorius, how you doing, bro? But I've always sort of said I would like a Russian blue cat. Because they look cute, and I like the fact that cats don't give a fuck. So dogs sort of need humans. You have to play with the dog. You have to go walk the dog. You have to do all sorts of shit with the dog because they get bored. They're a lot of work. Whereas a cat is sort of like, I'll come to you, human, when I need you. Otherwise, just leave me the fuck alone. And I sort of like that. I sort of feel like that's a good understanding. It's a good understanding to have. Maine Coon. I have a hognose snake that acts like a dog. He has free range in the house. Well, Calcity, I'm never visiting you. Now I know whose house will not be on my tour of the US. There is no chance that I go into a house that have fucking snakes roaming around. Like, zero chance. It's like people that have spiders for pets. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's so many other pets that you can have. Have a hamster. But a spider or a snake or even a lizard? Like, what the fuck? My best friend have an albino python and it looks so awesome. Imagine waking up and this snake is sort of already curling around you and now you go, oh, I'm dead. This is great. I love this. No. Just fucking no. Oh, this is a cutie. Fucking hell. Look at those eyes. Holy shit. This is Jumanio's cap, by the way. Those eyes are insane. And Ozman, you would be surprised, the personality of lizards and such. Dragon Dust stuff, yes, but Australia, everything wants to kill you. Castiel. My uncle have a dwarf pig as a pet. I could have that too. Is there saying to be a bird? What if with a Norway forest cat? I don't know what those are. Do this in pic or on here? Drakendust stuff, you can either do it on Twitter or on Discord. Yeah, I don't think I would do lizards either. They're not nice. They're not nice to look at. They won't be nice to fucking touch. Like, why? Why would you want a lizard? Isn't Bengal cats also hypoallergenic? Look like they're from a fantasy world. Norwegian forest cat. Let's really see this. Norwegian forest cat. The fuck? But this looks like an angry cat. This looks like a very angry cat. Looks like they want to fucking kill you. My cat was born? I don't know. How big do they get? These forest cats. Kill that, I'll quickly check. This is where you sleep. Why? Let's put it there. Why would you sleep? Look at this. This is where Kildana sleeps. Look at this. Who would sleep on that? Who here in chat would actually fucking sleep on that? I would not sleep on that. How are you not waking up so sore that you want to die? Very Japanese, I guess. Rather sleep in my car. Bro, I'd rather sleep in a whorehouse than sleep on a piece of plank. At first I did, but now I have a straight back and feel awesome. God, no. I couldn't do it. I mean, look, ladies and gentlemen. We've moved forward as a species, right? This is where we used to sleep. Like, we used to sleep on planks and shit. And then we sort of evolved and we learned, hey, we can make beds and stuff that's nice and soft. So why would you put yourself through this? I don't know. It makes no fucking sense to me. Anyways. Let's quickly get into this, because this is something that's been brought up in the chat. And it's something that I've been DM'd about quite a few times as well. People want to know about this. I read the article. It is quite scathing, and it is a long one, right? Now, I'm not going to go through the whole article again, because I don't think that's what's important here. For those of you that want to know, PC Gamer is, according to them, the global authority on PC games. Now, Ellie Giggle, Kappa, KW. They're not. PC Gamer is one of those mainstream outlets that I want to say that they should never be trusted, but maybe that would be too harsh. You could, however, trust them to fabricate as much shit as they can possibly fabricate in order to get clicks. You could trust that. They're definitely not the global authority on PC games. In fact, the global authority on PC games is YouTubers. It's people who make content for a living. They would be the global authority. Now, with that said, with that out of the way, they do wield a lot of power, these mainstream media outlets. Their power mainly comes from the uninformed, but also the uninitiated, right? So these would be your average gamer. Here's the thing. How many of you in chat genuinely believe, that the vast majority of WoW players is on YouTube? Baroscopic, I'm getting to that. Okay, so I think most of us, I wouldn't even say 85%. Consider, here's why I wouldn't say 85%. The biggest channels right now that cover World of Warcraft have, I think it's Noble with something like 600, almost 700,000 subscribers. I can't remember. I haven't checked his subscriber count in a long time, right? But that's nowhere near the amount of people that actually play WoW. Like, nowhere near, right? The people that actually play World of Warcraft. Now, for the most part, PC Gamer is a horrible site. They've been, I'm not saying them specifically, IGN, Kotaku, they've been caught so many times in lie upon lie upon lie about video games. They've been caught taking money from video game companies. I'm not making accusations just specifically to PC Gamer, but the media, let's call it the gaming media, have been caught taking money from gaming companies in order to put out favorable reviews. And the reason you can't trust most of what they say is because all of their money comes from the very gaming companies that they cover. Now, the reason I wanted to make sure that this is well laid out, and the reason I wanted to start with bashing PC Gamer, is to highlight the incredible issue that we have here. When you have PC Gamer coming out bashing on World of Warcraft, that is a big fucking deal. Because they are basically saying it's so bad right now that we don't even care about the money that we're losing. We simply cannot ignore the fact that this is bad. Now, this is an opinion piece. Make no mistake. This is from a guy that's been playing WoW for a long time. I've read a number of his articles before. He seems to write a lot about World of Warcraft. I've seen other MMO articles from him as well. So he does appear to be an MMO player, right? The article itself is not bad. Regardless of what I thought of the cinematic, as a content creator, as someone that enjoys the story, Broman, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But as someone who really cares about the story, the cinematic was great because it opens a lot of avenues. However, we have spoken about my issues with the cinematic. The cinematic makes little to no sense. Like, it doesn't make sense. The way Blizzard is trying to push the story, it makes it very, very difficult for us to actually marry the two fucking viewpoints here, right? Blizzard seems to, and I sort of made a video on Instagram yesterday where I said this. The story of Sylvanas feels like it was written piece by piece without knowing what the end result was going to be. It feels like the writers didn't know what Sylvanas was going to become. They just sort of went with every single new story arc. What would be cool here? Oh, it would be really cool if she kills Saurfang. Yeah, let's make that a thing. Oh, you know what would be really cool if she burnt down the fucking tree and she had some iconic line like burn it, burn it. That would be really cool, right? And then they finally got to the place where they sort of wanted to end the Sylvanas storyline, but now you have this accumulation of all of these bad decisions that you've taken with the character of Sylvanas that you now have to sort of bring to a logical end. And the result is no one really understands the end, right? The end doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's not what I want to talk about. That's why I said I don't want to read this article, because I don't think this is what's important. There might be a glimmer of hope for all of us in this. You see, Blizzard does not give any fucks about YouTubers. They couldn't care less. You want my reasoning for that? Blizzard just recently came out with new changes that they're making to fire mages and another class in World of Warcraft. I think it's fire mages and shamans in PvP. You now have the hardcore PvPers, in other words, the people from Method, the esports players, coming out and saying, what the fuck is these changes? What are these changes? No one wanted this. So you're making changes that makes no sense. You even have someone from Method that just on Twitter tagged the Warcraft devs and said, look, if you want to balance PvP, I'd be happy to help. If you really want to know what to do to balance PvP, I'd be happy to help. I'd be happy to talk to you about how you balance it, but this is not the way to do it. So Blizzard really doesn't care. They couldn't care less. Also, do you think Bobby Kotick knows who Balula is? Like, really, do you think Bobby Kotick spends his evenings watching Balula videos or watching Asmongold videos? No. He's too busy counting his money to give two fucks about what Asmongold or Balula or myself say on YouTube. But you know who Bobby Kotick does care about? He cares about the mainstream press. You see, because these guys carry a lot of weight when it comes to investors. Because investors read this. Investors still believe that PC Gamer is the global authority on PC games. So investors see shit like this and they go, wait, something's very wrong here. Why is this even happening? Right? Because how else would they know? They don't play the game. Most investors for World of Warcraft, for Blizzard Entertainment, for Activision Blizzard, they don't have a clue about the video games that they're investing in. They just want to make money, right? And Bobby Kotick has shown that he is very good on making money. He knows how to turn Activision into a gold mine, regardless of what the players may actually feel. So this is actually a very good thing for most of us that is a little bit unhappy with the direction that the game has been going in, because it might actually trigger an avalanche, which leads to a shakeup. The question becomes, is this a good shakeup or a bad shakeup? My money is on it's a very bad shakeup, because I don't think that Ian and the team would be replaced with people who actually make a good game. I think if Bobby Kotick were to replace Ian and the team, it would be with someone that can pump out content quicker. Because that's all this would relate to as far as they're concerned, right? Not enough content, not quick enough. That's it. But there's something bigger behind this that I think now sort of proves that World of Warcraft may soon find itself with its back against the wall, and it would be forced to innovate. Take a look at this. The article just came out. I haven't read it yet. Final Fantasy XIV had such a spike in players that Square Enix temporarily ran out of digital copies. Now, you want to take a guess how hard it is to fucking run out of digital copies of your game? They're digital. You can make as many as you want. They don't cost money to have. So basically, what happened here is they made more than what they could ever think people would buy. They made more available than what they thought people could buy. And people simply fucking bought all of it to the point where they had to make more available. Outside of the old guard, Final Fantasy XIV is probably the great success story in contemporary MMOs, continually updated with expansions that delight the player base and revitalize its world, telling shared stories that feel meaningful in a way few MMOs manage, and attracting more and more players through word of mouth. And this weekend it got so popular that Square Enix somehow ran out of digital copies. As spotted by the user Polydopamine over the weekend, Square Enix's online store had zero stock of Final Fantasy XIV, though you could join a waiting list, and wasn't allowing players to create new characters on any servers either. Copy paste fast enough. Flavorbox, how you doing, bro? True. That is genuinely true. This was, as one would expect, a temporary blip, and I've checked and the game is now available as a digital edition again. But what it does show is a massive spike in popularity at just around the same time as World of Warcraft is going through some difficulties with its player base. So more and more now, you have the mainstream media commenting on the fact that there is trouble between the player base of World of Warcraft and the developers. What is the reasoning for this problem? And I'm gonna throw it to chat first. I would like to ask you in chat, why do you guys think there is such a big problem between the player base and the developers right now? I just want to say though, if I go to Twitch and I look at what's happening on Twitch, I see people that's part of the old guard of World of Warcraft. I'm talking about people like Mr. GM. Just earlier today, I was watching Mr. GM before I went live. Mr. GM is like old guard World of Warcraft. He only streams World of Warcraft. You know, he goes back from playing Classic, TBC Classic, and Retail WoW. I've seen him now twice in two different days. I think on Friday he did this, and now today, playing completely other games. Like, he's not even on WoW. He's playing other MMOs now. For a day and 300k people went and bought it. Dragonwolf, I wouldn't say it's just Asmongold. There's sort of a bigger hype movement that's working right now. But this is sort of so why is this happening? I don't think it is about ego. It's about the continuous decisions that Blizzard have made despite what the players have asked for. So the World of Warcraft developers is, in many ways, they've sort of hunkered down in their, we want to make the game that we want to make, right? We want to make the game that we want to play. Doesn't matter what the people think. Doesn't matter what the gamers want. This is what we want, and they will play this, right? The issue. This is usually a good thing when your game is doing well, when people are very happy with your game. Then absolutely make the game that you want to make and let the players play it. However, when your game is clearly going the wrong direction, so when the things that you want, right, isn't the things that the players want. So the players keep saying, no, 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 no. This is not what we want. It's at this point that you have to go, okay, hold on. We may be reading the room wrong. The problem with Blizzard is they refuse to acknowledge that they're reading the room wrong. In their minds, it's the players that are wrong. And I believe this comes from their inability to listen to their community. Their inability to acknowledge that the community even exists. We've all heard the rumors. They don't pay attention to YouTubers, right? Whenever I say something about World of Warcraft, it genuinely doesn't get seen. Asmongold, Balula, when they do see it, they make it off as, and this is actually part of something that I think goes far deeper than that. So I was recently watching what's his name again? Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. How can I now forget it? Soul So Breezy. Salsa Breezy had a video about the negativity in World of Warcraft, right? On his weekly video. I had no problems with what Salsa Breezy said. It was a very well thought out, very good video. Myself and Salsa Breezy probably differs on what he calls criticism, because so often what he calls criticism feels to me like defenses rather than criticism. Because in one sentence he'll criticize the game, and then the next sentence he'll excuse the decision that Blizzard had made. And it's like, well, hold on, if you're gonna find excuses for why Blizzard is doing something, then you're not actually criticizing it, right? But that's just a difference of opinion. That's a difference between, and I have a lot of respect for Salsa Breezy, so that's not me calling him out. That's just me saying we have different opinions on how you criticize a game. But it was really his comment section that showed me what was going on, right? In his comment section, so many people, I'm so sick and tired of all the negativity in World of Warcraft. I'm so sick and tired of all these YouTubers jumping on the fucking hate train. I'm so sick of this. Thank you so much, Salsa Breezy, for being the voice of reason within the WoW community. And I realized to myself, you see, when the people that love World of Warcraft say, because they love saying this, right? They love saying, stop being so negative with no constructive criticism. But then you are negative and you give constructive criticism, and that to them is still toxic behavior, right? Because to their mind, any criticism of the game is unfounded and therefore toxic. This is a dangerous place to be in, because who do you think the Blizzard employees currently will listen to? Like, who do you think Blizzard pays more attention to? The ones that praises them. Because they believe that we are wrong. And Cool Story Daniel, I actually remember that. By the way, you should all read what Cool Story Daniel just said here. Ghostcrawler did actually say that. At Blizzard, we the developers are the rock stars. At other companies, the players are. It's actually one of the few times that Ghostcrawler spoke out against Blizzard Entertainment, right? Is because most of the time he's very much on board with whatever Blizzard does, and he doesn't really say anything bad. He's very professional in how he conducts himself, but that was one of the few times that he did actually lash out. And I do believe that that's the truth. I believe in World of Warcraft right now, in Blizzard right now, the developers see themselves as something of a celebrity. And in part, that's our fault, right? We've made them celebrities. Think about the name Mike Morhaime. It immediately inspires all of us to go, we love that guy, right? Think about someone like Chris Metzen. We love him immediately. There's an adoration there, right, for these developers. And that goes to their heads, and it seems like it has gone to their heads. They've fallen into this trap of believing that they are more important. Terran as well. Now, Terran, I would actually say, is one of the few people, because I know him, right? Because I know Terran. I've spoken to Terran. Terran would be one of the few people that I actually think he's very open to it. Terran has sat through multiple shows where I criticize the game. And he's never left. He's never, he's never unfollowed me on Twitter. He's engaged with me multiple times in DMs on Twitter. So Terran would actually be one of the few developers, I think, that he genuinely cares about the players. Also, if you ever hang out with him, you can hear the love that he has for the game, right? You can hear it. You can hear that he genuinely loves World of Warcraft. I know for a fact because whenever we hang out on Discord, he's actively playing it. Like, he's actively playing World of Warcraft. Like, we'll hang out in Discord, we'll be talking about stuff, and he'll be on his warrior, doing a new raid or a dungeon or whatever. But Terran is always actively playing the game. So clearly, he loves the game, he loves the community, and he understands that there's people that's a little bit upset right now. But there is a lot of developers that works for Blizzard right now that I don't think have the same level of care when it comes to the player base. Yunzak, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. I don't necessarily agree with you, right? When you say that World of Warcraft is simply old and therefore people are sort of, bored with it, I don't agree that that is the truth. Because there are plenty of games that's old and people still very much care about them, right? Games that's not even MMOs. The Witcher 3 is a very good example of a very old game in terms of RPG, like in RPG terms. It's a stupidly old game. Right? 5, almost 6 years ago with no new content, and there's still something like 40,000 people every month playing it. Considering it's not an MMO, it's just a normal RPG. People still go back and play it because of how good it is. I don't think Age has anything. RuneScape is a stupidly old game. How many people still play RuneScape? People still love RuneScape. Age has nothing to do with it. It has to do with a disconnect. There's a disconnect between what the players want and what the developers think the players want. Asmongold trying Final Fantasy has been a big part of people trying the game out. Hold up, let me just quickly get to that one. Asmongold trying Final Fantasy has been a big part of people trying the game out, but it's also the fact that he's having so much fucking fun doing it. The dude is grinding out extreme trials from level 50 and glam farming Odin and having the time of his life. Final Fantasy is a good game. This introduction, I think it is. Kata's story ended in BFA, so Shadowlands must be the preface. It's possible, Giant Rat Guy. It's entirely possible. Parascopic, so you see, the reason I don't think age is an issue, the reason I think age is completely age is a nice way of deflecting the issues. World of Warcraft currently, retail WoW. So let me rephrase this. Retail WoW currently is the culmination of almost 2 decades of bad decisions. That Blizzard, instead of taking a hard stance on the bad decisions, have decided to double down on them instead. Because every single thing that we have today is the result of 1,000 little cuts, not the result of just one decision that sort of destroyed it, right? But they're not on the level of WoW and Final Fantasy. No, they're not on the level of WoW and Final Fantasy. But World of Warcraft could have been on such a higher level. Considering the amount of us, there's 145 of you right now hanging out, listening to me speak about World of Warcraft. You could have been anywhere else. But you're here talking about World of Warcraft. You could agree, disagree, but you're still here talking about World of Warcraft. And the reason we're here is because we love this game. The reason I'm not off playing a different game today is because I really wanted to talk about World of Warcraft. I wanted to hang out and talk about lore and the game. We love the game. So when people say it's just negative for negativity's sake, they don't seem to keep in mind that what I want is a better game. I would love it. You know how easy gameplay streams are? Like if you just sit and you just play video games, it's easy as fuck to do. I would love to do that. I would love to get on every single day and just fire up the old PC, fire up the old Battle.net and just go ham playing World of Warcraft. The fact that I can't do that, right, is not fun for me. The fact that someone asked me yesterday, Patrick, on Twitter, asked me yesterday, how are you enjoying 9.1? I genuinely didn't have a good answer. Am I enjoying 9.1? I'm enjoying the YouTube videos I watch while I'm mindlessly farming my dailies. So, yeah, sure. I'm not throwing shade here at Patrick, by the way. Lovely guy. He's been a part of the community for a long time. What I'm saying is, I'm not enjoying it. It's just sort of, all right, fine. Let's fire this up. Let's watch some YouTube videos. Because that's all it is, right? It's the same shit every single time, just a different location. So I don't think it's age. I think it's decisions. Blizzard's decisions have led them to a place where this game feels empty. When the Winter Queen spoke about the empty soul of Sylvanas, she may as well have said World of Warcraft. Tube, do you really think that's the case? I didn't resub for 9.1, waiting for a real reason to play again. I would say the real reason would come in 9.3. The game will probably be better in 9.3 because it seems like every single expansion, we go down the same route, the same rabbit hole every single time. 0.1 launch or 0.0 launches, we hate it. 0.1 launches, it basically doubles down on 0.0. We hate it. 0.2 launches, it sort of fixes some of the issues of 0.0 and 0.1. Now we like it a little bit more. 0.3 launches, they finally learned the lessons the players have been saying since 0.0 launch, and now the game is fun again for everyone, right? I think a lot of players have genuinely finished the new raid and decided they're going to unsub until the new X-Pack and pray it's better. The question here, Catherine the Great, is... By the way, is that Catherine the Great, one of the leaders of Russia? Is that where you got your name from? You see, I'm a little bit afraid. While I'm with all of you that the next expansion will probably be better, and the next expansion will probably fix a lot of the issues that people have been crying about and sort of screaming about and being angry about, I am her. Oh, you're very old then. So the issue that I see is how long will people continue to come back? How long do people give World of Warcraft the benefit of the doubt? That's an important question, right? Because it's probably not going to be forever. But Catherine, how do you even know what a PC is? I almost didn't come back for Shadowlands after BFA. Wow, lack stuff to do other than a raid main story, not mandatory content that people can enjoy. Niara, I could not have said that better myself. World of Warcraft currently shits on its casual player base. Like, it gives its player base nothing. Like, the casual players have nothing in that game for them. The game sort of keeps the Mythic Raiders happy and the Mythic Dungeoneers happy. It keeps the PvPers somewhat happy, although not always. And then the casual audience is basically left with, well, what do I do now, right? What do I do now? What is there for me to do? And I can instantly think of a million different games that you could be playing that would be better than World of Warcraft if you are a casual person that just like casual things. Treasure hunts, for example, in Fauna Valkyrie, how you doing? Treasure hunts in something like Final Fantasy, even treasure hunts in something like ESO, very fucking good. Cyclone, those are not things to do. Classes to achievements to transmogs, those are not things to do for casuals. When you're talking about things to do for casuals, you're talking about content that was designed for casuals. So instead of just killing the same fucking boss that you can one-shot over and 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 over, hoping for the mount to drop from it, right? What about mount hunts? What about giant quest chains that require some investigative work? Like a proper quest chain that leads to a mount, right? What about treasure hunts that take them into treasure dungeons where things can drop for you? Like what Final Fantasy has. What about achievements that isn't just brain dead? Those are not content. That's not content. That is the result of players no longer setting standards for the company. It is up to the player to stand up and say, fuck this. We demand more. My $15 a month surely is worth a little bit more than this. Surely I'm worth a little bit more than the vast majority of content being in the old game. Casual content would be things like housing, a place for you to showcase the mounts that you got, a place for you to showcase the pets that you've got. It would be things that you can actually partake in that is new and that allows you to actually enjoy the game. Not just farm old shit, like mindlessly farming old shit. The vast majority of people that do those things use it as an excuse to watch YouTube videos and just not sit there and watch the YouTube video. You need content. And this is something that World of Warcraft just does not give a fuck about. Now, I'm going to say something and it's really not meant as a bad thing. It's just a fact. There is a very big portion of the World of Warcraft player base that plays no other games. Like zero. Nothing else. They've never played another MMO. They've never played another RPG. They've started playing World of Warcraft and that's all they play. Can I hear? Is there anyone in this chat like that? There's no judgment. I'm not judging you for it. I just want to know how many of you is like that. You are a gamer that plays only World of Warcraft. All right. If you, and this has actually been done, if you raise a child, right, in captivity, and this has been done. We found a little girl who was raised with dogs, and she literally barked like a dog. For her, the base of her life was that of a dog. Humans can get used to a lot of things if they don't know that there's anything better out there. The people in Mao's China, right? They revered him because they knew no better. They didn't know that there's a better life out there for them. So if you're someone that only plays World of Warcraft, I do not blame you for thinking that achievement runs and mount farming is content. It's what you know, right? This is how gaming works. I don't blame you for that. But then you can't blame me as someone who plays a lot of games, and I play all games, for going, that's not content. And if it is content, it's not worth $15 a month. Like maybe $1. Like maybe $1. Okay, fine. I'll give you $1 a month for that content. I'm not paying more than that, because that's about what it's worth. Because most of the mounts are just reskins of another mount anyways, so it's not even as if it took any effort. More content, like you say, like Legion, and my friends were all overwhelmed and stopped playing. Yunzak, no. Again, there's very different viewpoints here. And this is sort of the problem that a lot of people make, right? This is a mistake that a lot of people make. Whenever you talk about player housing, people immediately go, oh my god, you're talking about garrisons? Fuck that. That sucked. Garrisons is not player housing. Oh my god. It's the worst, like the worst implementation of player housing. That is taking player housing and doing everything wrong. That's how you end up with garrisons, right? That you take the idea of player housing and you say, right, let's make all the mistakes. And then you end up with garrisons. So that's not player housing. So people go, Legion was overwhelming, people stopped quitting, or people started quitting, there's too many systems, and people didn't complain about the systems then. The problem is the implementation of those systems. I've said this before. There is nothing wrong. On average, and I will stake my reputation on this. There are more systems in Final Fantasy. There are probably double the amount of systems in Final Fantasy than there are in World of Warcraft. if not triple. Final Fantasy is jam-packed with systems. Systems. Everything is a system. So why are people not complaining about Final Fantasy systems? Caltity, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you. Do you think Blizzard will attempt to risk to reinvigorate WoW before too late to be saved, similarly to what happened to Final Fantasy? Caltity, I'll answer that in a second. Not game designer one? Yeah, but I will stake even that on it. So I'm asking, why are people not angry with Final Fantasy? It's a lot more casual friendly. People aren't angry with Final Fantasy systems because the systems are not connected. They're not connected. You don't need to do System A so that you can do System B. System A exists for a specific portion of the player base and they enjoy System A. System B exists for a different portion of the player base and they enjoy System B. Not everyone is going to like System A. Not everyone is going to like System B. But the nice thing is you don't have to, because the game doesn't require it. The problem with World of Warcraft, and I've been saying this since Legion, World of Warcraft's interconnectivity of their systems is what is destroying the game. You could have Torghast, but then it's only Torghast. It's not Torghast so that you can raid. It's not Torghast so that you can do PvP. No. It's Torghast. There's cosmetic stuff there. There's sort of fun achievements there. There's a lot of challenge there. But it's a thing that exists for the player base that likes that. It's a mini game for the people that only care about that. It shouldn't be incorporated into everything else. Most people, Galactica, you sure? Most people simply don't like Final Fantasy at all? I'm hyping it because I like it. There's one thing that you will never get on this channel, and that is me kowtowing to what the community wants. I like what I like. If you don't like it, that's your fucking problem. I like what I like. You are allowed to like what you like. On this channel, I allow for everyone to share their opinions. But my opinion will not change because, oh, my community wouldn't like if I say that. What if they unsub? Then unsub. I mean, I can't help if people don't like the stuff that I like. I like what I like, and I share with my community what I like. And if people have different, I mean, we're literally here. Everyone has a different opinion. I read everyone's chat. I respond to everyone's opinions with my own opinion. I'm not trying to force my opinion on anyone else, but I will also not have anyone else's opinion forced on me. The reason I hype Final Fantasy is because at this point in time, it is by far and large one of the most fun games I've ever played in my life. By a mile. So that's why I'm doing it. Different tastes and opinions, and we have to respect that. We do have to respect it. Sadly, most people do not respect it. You see, most people these days, and this is extremely prevalent, and not just the WoW community, the Final Fantasy community as well. I do want to say this. The Final Fantasy community can be just as toxic. I've seen it in my own chat. If anyone says anything bad about the game, people are in a fucking uproar. And it's like, no. Someone can hate Final Fantasy and love WoW, and that's okay. Another person can hate WoW and love Final Fantasy, and that's okay too. Or they can like WoW and they can like Final Fantasy, and guess what? That's okay too. You want to know why it's okay? Because not everyone is the fucking same. It would be boring if we were all exactly the same. I don't like first-person shooter games. Doesn't make me wrong. Just means I don't like first-person shooter games. Right? And I don't hate the people. All my friends love first-person shooter games. I don't hate my friends. They're just different. But I will never kowtow. The one thing that you can know about this channel is I would rather lose my entire community than ever repeat a lie. Than ever sit here and pretend that I like something when I don't like it. I won't do that for money. I will not do that for the community. I will not do that. I would rather everyone go, no, fuck this guy, he's just negative about WoW, than me praising WoW because I'm scared of losing my community. I don't think that's I don't think that's a fair I don't think that's fair to my community. I'm either honest or I'm not. And you either like me because I'm honest and you know that I will always give you my honest opinion, or you dislike me for that. But if you want someone that's just going to praise the game regardless, this is not your channel. This is not where you should be. So it's just me, or does this line really sound like Korthia and the more? Portal Keeper Hazabel yells. Nathriza, once a world of magic and knowledge, now a twisted landscape from which none escape. Draken, so it does sound like Korthia, but then a lot of things can sound like Korthia, right? But it definitely, there is a lot of evidence that Nathriza could have been Korthia, and Korthia could have been Nathriza. There's a lot of things to sort of point to it. Toxicity, go play League of Legends. Yeah, League of Legends is very toxic. Ned the Ninja, I appreciate that. And also, yes, sometimes I'm gonna come across as a little bit obnoxious. That's just part of who I am. I say what I think sometimes before I think about what I just said. Like sometimes I'm just as surprised as the rest of you at the words that's coming out of my mouth. I sometimes surprise myself even, right? And yes, I am an obnoxious guy. I tend to prefer to offend people. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Mainly because I like destabilizing the conversation. Because I feel like that's when you get to know people, like their true colors start showing when you destabilize them. Dragon Dust of, yes, it's it's supposed to be the homeland of the Nethrezim. Comes from caring about the game and games in general. Oh my god, my care for the gaming industry is insane. Okay, we love you for your honesty. I appreciate that. I also feel as if it's a back in my day, wow, blah, blah, and it makes new players feel like they aren't worthy or are less than, and that isn't good. Mary, but the truth is new players don't belong on WoW. No, I'm like, I mean, the back in my day crowd is always going to exist, right? Whenever you get your grandpa, back in my day, we did this, this, and this. And it's like, yeah, back in your day, you didn't have fucking electricity. What are you talking about? Your day wasn't better. Your day was not the same. All right, I would want to live back in your day. So that's just people are always going to have a back in my day sort of mentality about things. But there's also some truth to that, right? There are some things that I can tell you I miss about the old WoW, and I wish WoW could go back to that. Doesn't mean that they should, doesn't mean that they will, but it is things that I think they should do. Yeah, Paramonster did only start him up. I wouldn't know. I don't play Fortnite. Fortnite? What are those things? Patch, what are what things? The things that I would like to have back. I miss the freedom of WoW. That's perhaps the biggest thing I miss, is the freedom that I had in World of Warcraft. Back in the day, you did what you wanted to do with really no force required to do other things. So if you wanted to raid, you'd raid. If you wanted to do dungeons, you'd do dungeons. If you just wanted to do world stuff and sort of dailies and stuff, you could do that too. None of it was really required in order to do other things, right? I also miss the fact that the game had direction back then. While it's not necessarily a direction that I agree with, it's definitely, it had direction. You see, World of Warcraft wanted to be an MMORPG. That's all it wanted to be. It sort of had a loose hanging story. So there was sort of a story, right? And the story sort of existed, but it was just, it was really just there to sort of move gameplay along, right? The story wasn't overly important. Most of the quests had nothing to do with the story. It was mainly just, oh, yeah, there's this old god called Cthulhu. He's the end boss of the next raid. Well, why does he matter? No, it doesn't really. Just so that we had an old boss, an end boss, really, you know. So there was sort of macro level storytelling, but there was very little minor storytelling. Nowadays, the game feels like it's lost its own. It's lost its identity. It wants to be an extremely in-depth RPG. But the gameplay design is still the design of an MMORPG. So the two don't mesh, and it feels like they don't really know which one they want to commit to. Do we want to become a story MMO, or do we want to be a gameplay MMO? They don't seem to know. And as long as that persists, I don't see the story getting much better. Or actually, understand the game much better, because it doesn't feel like. It feels like the developers just throw stuff at the wall, right? That's sort of what I feel right now. It feels like the community just throws a bunch of shit. The developers just throw a bunch of shit at the wall, and hopefully it all sticks. Instead of going, okay, hold up. What do we want to be? So if we want to be X, then all of our decisions must align with X. So if we want to be a storytelling MMO, then everything must be about the story. We can't be halfway story, halfway gameplay. If we want to be a gameplay MMO, then everything must align with the gameplay. And then the story shouldn't be as important as it is, right? Then bring back the grinds of vanilla, because that's what you want to be, right? You want to be a hardcore game, then bring back the hardcore grinds of vanilla. Bring back that player experience where mobs are very fucking hard to kill. The game is very difficult to get done. You have to make a decision. You're asking, when did that change for World of Warcraft? WoD. I believe WoD was where Blizzard lost the plot, so to speak. It's where the story became far more important. Now, don't get me wrong. Story became more important ever since TBC, right? Blizzard started building more and more story into the game. But it wasn't until WoD that storytelling sort of became the major focus of the game. But the gameplay never really reflected the major storytelling that they wanted to do. And so in WoD was really where this ship went right off the fucking rails. Legion got saved mainly because of the artifact weapons. If it wasn't for artifact weapons, Legion would have been another BFA disaster. But because they still didn't have all of these interconnected systems, the only system you had to worry about was your artifact weapon. All of the other systems complemented the artifact weapon. And you could sort of choose. Do I want to do Mythic Plus? Do I want to do raids? Do I want to do World Quest? How do I want to level my artifact weapon? You still had choice. In BFA, they started to double down on this sort of systems upon systems upon systems, and everything must be connected because that's clearly what players like. Instead of realizing why Legion succeeded, they started to focus on why it failed. Right? Where they failed on certain things, and how do we make sure that we don't fail on those things again? So that is sort of the biggest issue here. And let's just quickly see. Digitmark, why the fuck such a paragraph? Dude. I hate to say it, but you, Aquilon, have opened my eyes, especially with Final Fantasy XIV. Surely did open my eyes again to see what MMORPG, RPG MMOs should be like. I mean, all these years are now about close to a month in Final Fantasy. I feel like refreshed and revoked. Not so tired or draggy after playing WoW. And having the taste is good and then suddenly becomes tasteless again. When Final Fantasy XIV, the taste remains fresh. Tasty doesn't get tasteless. It making you want to throw out. Digit, I agree with what you said there. Lady Survival randomly just had a thought. Can we plan a day for us all to hang out on WoW and make new characters, like Akko and his community just running around questing? I'd be okay with that, as long as it's Horde characters. It has to be Horde characters. If it's an Alliance character, I'm not playing. Agreed. What was when the story took over? Lone Poly. So it's not wrong that the story took over, right? It's not wrong that the story took over. What's wrong is the fact that the game didn't keep up. It's fine if you want a story MMO, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But then you have to design the game to be that. You can't sort of go willy-nilly, which is sort of what I feel like they do all the time. Lady Survival, I'm not going to plan it right now, though. You'd have to give me a bit of time. I'm sort of in a weird place right now when it comes to what games I want to play. I've been struggling. Believe me, I've been fucking struggling. I've had my finger hovering over Baldur's Gate 3 for the last week now. It's bunging. It will be fun when it happens. I will definitely let you know. I will keep you updated so that we can plan it and sort of hang out. No, I don't want to do another D&D campaign. I want to play a game. So this game was given to me to make a review on. I haven't gotten around to even playing it. Green Man Gaming gave me a copy of this. They want me to either play it on stream or make a video on it. And I've not even gotten around to hitting play. You see, when they sold the game to me, like when I read about what the game was, I thought it was an RPG. And then it turns out it's actually more like a roguelite type game. So I'm not convinced I would like this. Tasty, thank you for the Prime stuff, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. How 11 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's like ARPG roguelite type game, Dragonwolf, at least from what I've heard. I've not gotten around to playing it yet, though. A lot of games nowadays sort of based on WoW Blueprint. I wouldn't say a lot. A lot of MMOs, yes. I want to enjoy WoW, but it's gotten hard and sent me back to playing The Sims. You see, I've never played The Sims. Well, actually, I did when I was much younger, but I used to just cheat and build a house and then sort of grow tired with it. The other game that I'm sort of thinking about streaming is Mass Effect. I feel like I want to play Mass Effect again. Ludes, apparently not. Apparently you can play The Sims by, like, I don't know, living life or some shit, which I've never tried. That seems boring to me. Oh, Dragonwolf, that was one of my favorite things ever. I order my sim into the swimming pool and then remove the ladder. And you just watch them sort of get tired and eventually drown. I used to do that shit for fun. Like, that's how I made money without cheating. Like, if you didn't cheat, you could make money that way. Like, just keep getting new Sims and then let them die and then take their shit. Does that actually work, Iron Wombat? I feel like that wouldn't work. I feel like this chat is getting dark now. Ned the Ninja, Mass Effect. How many of you even know what Mass Effect is in this chat right now? How many of you have played Mass Effect or have seen Mass Effect? Those are the only that count? They're the only ones that count. No story, never played it. The story of that game is amazing. I have it. I finished it once. I want to finish it again. Well, actually, I finished the remake of it once. I've played them all when they were originally out. Like, when they first became a game. I played all of them, and now I sort of have a hankering to go back. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Such good fucking game, dude. Such a good game. 90 hours and 8 minutes took me to finish all three. 90 hours it took me to finish the first three. And I want to do it again. Nathan Ninja, you don't have to buy the Legendary, the remaster. I'm not going to buy it. I bought the first three Mass Effects. There's no fucking way I'm buying another one. I just paid $15 a month. You get it on EA Play. But this chat stream is it's entertaining, even when not chatting about WoW lore. Mary, I'm happy to hear that. It would have been a fucking nightmare if you guys hated me not just always talking about WoW lore. This game transports you into magic. It's magic. Like, genuinely, it makes you wish that you lived in that era, the era of space flight and space travel and different alien species. It's just so fucking good, dude. It's just so good. Nitora, I am going to play New World, yes. I wanted to play Ashes of Creation, but they didn't accept me into the creator program. So there's that. I'm not paying $500 fucking dollars. It does, except the whole Reaper issue. Fenric, I don't know. The Reaper issue would make life more fun, don't you think? I don't mind the Reaper issue. It would make life a lot more fun. I'm not happy with how they ended the Reaper thing, though. Okay, did you play Freelancer? What's that? I don't think I know what that is. But I am so looking for a new game to play. Lost Ark. Grano, yes. I will probably play Lost Ark as well. I've heard semi-good things about it. Is it my type of game? Probably not. But I'll definitely try it. Space MMO, 2003. That feels like too old for me. By the way, who played Crowfall? Would love a Warhammer game. That's, well, I just love that lore. You and me both. You and me fucking both. Although, which Warhammer? 40k or fantasy? Because I like 40k. I feel like the lore in 40k would be better than fantasy. At least for me. Total War, Warhammer 2 is where it's at right now. You can't have one without the other. Yeah, but I prefer the sort of futuristic shit. Did you know World of Warcraft was almost World of Warhammer? I did know that. I don't think many people know that, though. Like, Blizzard was actually trying to get their hands on the Warhammer IP. They were trying to buy the rights to making a Warhammer MMO. And then, I can't remember the company that makes Warhammer. But they decided to go with another company. Because they basically didn't think Blizzard could do it. And surprise, surprise, which game still survives? Right? Which game is still around after all these years? So, yeah. By the way, hang on, tomorrow you know what's coming out, right? Yes, Grimoire of the Shadowlands and Beyond. I'm well aware. I am very well aware of what's coming tomorrow. Instead of StarCraft? Oh, a StarCraft MMO would have been just as good. A StarCraft MMO would have been just as fucking good. I don't care about Total War Warhammer 2. But I want this. Show you guys what I want. This is what I want. I want this. I really want this. I want this game. But I want it to be finished before I buy it. I will play D2 Reboot, yes. Jamanio, you can't play WoW and watch Twitch on your Mac? Can Max not do that? I haven't decided yet what class I want to play. Oh, you mean for D2? I'll probably start with the same class I started in the original, Necromancer. Welcome, Luna, to the land of the living. How you doing? Done in many people's eye. Garano, no. No. I don't think World of Warcraft is done at all. I think WoW is going through a hard time right now, but if the developers do the right thing and they listen and they react correctly, hard times is not a bad thing. It's never been a bad thing. Like, for example, for those of you that don't know, I love watching LEC, right? League of Legends, European Championships. And players always say this, analysts, coaches, they all make a very... When you're winning, it's very hard to know where your mistakes lie. Because you're winning, right? So how do you identify mistakes if no one's really punishing you? It's when you're losing that you have the ability to recognize where your mistakes are and how to fix those mistakes. The only question here is, will Blizzard realize that they're losing so that they can learn how to adapt and how to fix, how to sort of bolster those areas that the game is sort of weak in at the moment? Because if they do that, World of Warcraft has an incredible future ahead of it. And I almost have my Conjurer as a white mage, so all good things. Fabi, how you doing, bro? So no, I'm not part of the hate train or part of the people that go, yeah, fuck WoW, WoW is dead. I wouldn't be continuing to make World of Warcraft content if I was. Right? If I was part of that group, I would not be making World of Warcraft content. Then I would have already switched to other content, so to speak, because I know I'm in trouble, right? And I don't want to be in trouble. I don't want to ever get to a place where I'm not sure. Stop playing WoW, because everything I see in social media made me feel like I'm stupid to play it. Grano, you should never do that. Never base your own happiness on the opinions of others. They never. That's not how it works. Why does it matter if you're loving World of Warcraft and no one else does? It's your game. You can fucking play it. You're paying for it. So, yeah, don't even for a second worry about that. So, by the way, can I ask all of you a big favor? Would you be interested in doing me a favor? Not you, Luna. I'm well aware of the fact that you do not do favors. But everyone else, all of the nice people. Oh, Dragon Wolf. I was going to ask that, but since you've sort of already said no, sad face. You guys need to go subscribe to this channel. Only if you like the Sunday Night Chill shows, or if you miss the Sunday Night Chill shows. And also if you want to see Twitch clips whenever you miss Twitch discussions that we may have. It's all going on to this new channel, which is literally called Akalon Clips. That's it. It's the most inventive name that you can possibly think of. But I've moved all clips off the main channel. So now whenever you guys get videos on the main channel, it will always be videos that I've made, right? So I've made those videos. They'll be done well. Should have named it Echo Lips. That's a whole different. That's my OnlyFans name. Can't use that for YouTube. A whole different thing. That. But yeah, if you guys can go sub there, it will help. It will definitely help. But like I said, only if you care about those clips. We've got a shit ton of videos. That's sort of, I'm going to upload more videos today. It's pretty much going to be a spam of videos, just by the way. You're going to get spammed to fuck on this channel. So maybe don't hit the notification bell. I appreciate that, Nate. Thank you very much. And then I have a new channel that's planned that I've not yet started doing anything on. But I do have this channel. Like I said, I've not done anything on it yet, but it's coming. I'm not yet sure exactly everything I want to cover on this channel, but I'm sure I'll get there. Sure, I'll fucking get there. If I go back to WoW, at this time, it would be to play TBC Classic. I started playing WoW during the Wrath pre-patch, so I missed out on all of that. Oh my god, no. Digit! Why double spam? Why the double spam, bro? That's a long-ass message to double spam. Making sure I can't see anyone else. Kylie K, I would probably not do an OnlyFans. It's probably not going to happen. Back to WoW TBC, I started playing WoW during the Wrath pre-patch. I saw an interesting point on WoW this morning about how since Thrall, Jaina, and Bolvar were dominated when Sylvanas got her soul back, they likely don't know what that had happened. It'll be interesting to see if they find out something's changed. Oh, yeah. I have an entire video planned on that, so definitely going to be interesting. Thank you so much, by the way, for everyone that's following the new channel. Sorry, couldn't be 100% at the show as the European Football Cup finals was at the same time. Well, with that said, great final game indeed. Italians had a hard and long time until they would get warmed up, whereas England went in full clutch from the start, and at the bitter end, Italians stood strong. Eventually, like Spartacus, not letting no more goals, and with a deserved win. I wouldn't say deserved win. There's a genuine red card that should have been issued in that game, as far as I'm concerned. Tatiana, it's called Akalon Clips. I know. An amazing name, right? All of you wish that you could think of it. There was a blatant handball in that game. Like, fucking blatant. The guy put his hand in front of the ball. That's a red card. And he didn't get a red card. So, lol to football just made no sleep for me. Yeah, I'm not a big football viewer, but, you know, it's still what's fun is fun. You know, I did watch the highlights. You don't put your hand in front of the ball. I'm addicted to Akalon's Discord. I was up all night, sick, and the law discussion kept me sane. Tempest, I'm happy to hear that. The law discussion moves fast. I think there were so many yellow cards that weren't really worth a yellow card. But still, we're given a yellow card. Yeah, but yellow cards mean nothing. Yellow cards in football is completely useless. I don't know why refs give it. It's like, oh, here's the yellow card for you. Here's the yellow card for you. Here's the yellow card for you. At least in rugby, you get sent off for 10 minutes. So a yellow card actually means something. In football, it's just like, oh, I'm going to warn you now. Don't do that again. And then sure, your second yellow card is a red card, but that's not much of a warning. It only remains for the next game, though, Digit. It only remains for the next game. And usually, wait, isn't it usually if you get a yellow card in the next game, you're out for the game after that? So still not that big of a deal. In rugby, it's yellow card, 10 minutes off. Another yellow card, red card, off for the rest of the game. That's far better. That way you're paying instantly and you're putting your team at fucking fault instantly. The warning can be held against you if there is a tie, 3 warnings and you get a foul, 2 fouls for the same thing and you're out. In NBA, after 6 fouls, you are out. Good power play at hockey. You see, I don't know anything about NBA. I don't know shit about NBA. I have tried to watch the NBA so many times, it's boring. I don't know how people watch basketball. All right, so there's like, I don't know, 3 or 4. How many people is on a basketball team? 5? There's like 5 people running around from one side to the other. Score, 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 and you just hope that you score more than the other team. Doesn't seem like there's much rules. They bounce the ball a couple of times, then run for your fucking life, I suppose. Because, I mean, at least in netball, you can't move once you have the ball, right? So there's a little bit of skill there. But in basketball, it's just like bounce once, run like 5 yards, bounce another time, and then jump and fucking shoot. Must put in score as my Final Fantasy password. Netball sucks ass. Netball is what fucked my knee up. Netball goals, though, do not suck. Would do what? You know, what did I do? My main account got a 14-day suspension for calling a girl a gnome. I said she looks and sounds like a real-life World of Warcraft gnome, and she found it offensive when I didn't mean it as offensive. Then she called me a bitch and ugly. How the fuck did that happen? Although I don't know, though. Chat, what do we think? If you tell someone that they look and sound like a gnome, is that something you would take offense to? I mean, I'm called a dwarf all the time, so should I take offense at that? I am offensively challenged, though. So I don't know what should and shouldn't be offensive to people. I would be 100% offended for being a gnome in WoW. But rude. Yeah, but I think it depends on how you meant it, right? And that's the problem sort of with people taking offense at shit. It's not always meant to offend, right? He could have just meant that she looks cute. Because I know people that think gnomes are cute. So he could have just meant it like that. And the fact that you get suspended for 14 days makes no fucking sense to me. Short and self-conscious about it. People get bullied for that a lot, and it chips away at the ability to ignore it over time. I feel like if you put yourself out there, if you stream or if you make content, you have to have a thick skin. Content creators cannot sit here and take offense at everything that's said to them. If you do that, you're not going to survive in this industry. That's because I don't like gnomes. I would have retorted with, no, I'm a dwarf, thank you very much. Then it depends on how severe the raid card is. The ref can decide that the person is banned for the next 3 games. Jesus. I would be offended by being called any alliance race except Draenei. Draenei are hot. Draenei females are hot, yes. Boring as hell. I'd rather watch heavyweight cage fighting. Watching 2 big goons beat each other's brains out is better than any team sport. They've now gotten a little bit more harsh on falling. They call it diving, right? So, Mr. Smokin, what you're referring to is diving. They've gotten very harsh on that. So, in the past, football players would dive for just about everything. In this World Cup, I think I saw at least 2 red cards for people diving, right? So if you take a dive, but you weren't touched, so it's very clear that you should not have gone down there. You could get a red card, especially now that the refs can actually refer to the video referee. They can look and they can see you weren't touched at all. You just sort of went down for the fuck of it. My hubby calls me gnome, dwarf, hobbit, etc. He's 6'2" and I'm 5'7". I would say 5'7" is a little bit tall to be called a gnome or a dwarf or even a hobbit for that matter. My sister is a fairy in comparison to her boyfriend. He's at least 6'2" and she's 4'9". Jesus. Don't touch. Got it. Don't touch what, Jumanio? I'm 5'3" and get called a midget. What is the legal cutoff of a midget? Like, under what length do you become a midget? He looks like Captain America and was born on July 4th, so he is Captain America. Luna. 5 foot. Even, I think. 5 foot is short. Very short. Is that a midget, though? Because it's not that short. There's plenty of girls that's 5 foot. Right? Or even 4'9", 4'10". There's plenty of girls like that. I'm the smallest person in my family. Everyone is 5'11" and up. The tallest is my baby brother, who is 6'5". Jesus. Fallen Valkyrie, but I'm assuming at 5'3" you're a girl, right? Because 5'3" for a guy is very short. I know guys who are that short, but 5'3" for a guy is very short, unless they still haven't hit their growth spurt. "5'4". That is very short. I'm the tallest in my family at 6'1". Like my father is 5'10", I think. I think my father's 5'10" or 5'9". My brother is, I think, 5'8". He's a little bit shorter than my dad. All of my other brothers are sort of same size, maybe a little bit smaller. And then I came out like 6'1", out of nowhere, because my mom is pretty short as well. So I don't exactly know where my genes came from. I was born 6'1", yes. I came out fully grown. My grandmother was 4'9". She was the smallest in the fam before she passed. Then it was me next. Like, don't let it get to me. I am chunky for my height too. I'm taller than a lot of my family and his. He is the tallest in his family. My kids are already taller than their cousins. I think, so height is far more important for guys than what it is for girls. If a girl is short, that's cute as fuck. If a guy is short, that can sometimes really be a dampener on the whole ego, right? That can make guys feel sort of inadequate. We have a saying, or I guess this is well about kleinmannetjie syndrome, which is like small person syndrome, where they'll overcompensate in other ways for their height. So for guys, I think it's a much bigger thing. And it's not the fault of other guys, just by the way. It's the fault of girls, because apparently 5'11" isn't tall enough for girls. No. It has to be 6'1", right? That's what the girls want. And it's like the poor guys that isn't 6'1" feel completely left out. I really need to change my name back to what it was before. What was your name? Fallen Valkyrie. 5'2" is average for women. 5'8" is average for men. Yeah. Well, it depends on country to country, right? In some countries, it's a little bit taller. Sarah J, holy shit. It's been an age. How are you? I do remember you, yes. I would say... I want to see this now. Fuck it. You guys have got me curious. Country with the tallest woman. With the tallest woman. Let's see here. Ranked 25 countries with the tallest people in the world. That's literally not what I typed, but okay. All right, let's quickly see here. New Zealand comes in on the 25th. Number 25 at 171 or 5'7". That's the average. Bulgaria coming in at 5'7'2". Montenegro comes in at 5'7'5". Ireland comes in at 5'7". France 5'7". Belarus, I don't know where that is, but 5'7", Ukraine at 5'7", But why then? It's exactly the same. They should share a spot. It's exactly the fucking same. You have Australia at 5'7", 9". What do the Australians eat that the New Zealanders can't get their hands on? Because why is Australia so much fucking taller than the New Zealanders? Australian woman is 5'5". Norway 5'7", 9'7". Woman 5'8". Sweden comes in at 5'7", 9'9". Finland 5'8". Lithuania 5'8". Germany 5'8". Slovenia 5'8". Croatia 5'8", 18". Wow, Croatia taller, nice. Icelandic 5'18" or 5'8". Bosnia and I don't know how the fuck to pronounce that name. Also 5'8". See who's the fucking tallest then? Who's number one on this list? Czech Republic 5'8". Denmark 5'8", 5'8". 5'9", Latvia. The people in Latvia eat a lot of shit. Although, and even the women are taller. Interesting. Why are these pictures of men if this is women? It's not just women. It's Latvian men and then women as well. So it has both parascopic. The Netherlands comes in as the tallest country on earth. Like, what the fuck? Why? Avador, thank you for tier 2 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 17 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Avador, how you doing? Milli inches? Yeah, I mean, it's not that much taller, right? It's like 5'7'9". 7.97. Wait, didn't we have 5'8"? 5'9". 5 feet. The fuck is this? This is some bullshit. Yeah. Why is the Netherlands... Latvia is taller than the Netherlands. This might just be a typo. This might be a typo. Because it's 175.62 centimeters. And this is 175.61 centimeters. So basically, there's no fucking difference. Like, zero difference. See if there's a better... The Netherlands is on top the whole time. It doesn't really matter where you go. The Netherlands seems to... Whatever the people in the Netherlands eat, it seems to be working for them. They switched the 6 and the 9 in the inch number? Probably. It's weird, though. Like, we have gotten taller over time. So this is actually something to do with our diet. Like, the better our diets have become, we've actually become taller over time. So it stands to reason that that number is only going to go up. So humans will just continue to become taller and taller and taller. One day, in the future, if you're 6'1", you'll be considered a short ass. Like, people will make jokes about you, going, "Oh, can you not reach the stuff on top of the shelf?" I'm 6'1", motherfucker. Yeah, that would have been good 1,000 years ago. So we're probably gonna get there. Would have spot no one, but Sylvanas burnt it. Got Final Fantasy yesterday evening. Not caring too much for the quest story so far. Minion, what level are you now? Oh, wait. You've not even started the main quest line? You've not even started the main quest line? Advice, very quickly. Do not do any of the side quests. Only do the main quest. Do the main quest, do your class quests. Do not waste your time with the side quests. They are unimportant. No need. There'll be a time at around the 40... I think it was 47 or 46... where I had to be 48 in order to continue the storyline. There, I did a couple of dungeons and, got to level 48 and then continued the storyline. So there is once during the entire leveling process where a little bit of grind is required to get to the next level. But if you only do the main storyline, you'll be fine. The side quests are completely unnecessary. Some of them are really cool, but you can do them later on. I get that from my 16-year-old teenage daughter who is 2 inches taller than me. Really? At 2 inches, she thinks she can punch down? At 5'6", and that's taller in my family. Well, for the woman, my mom was 5'1", my dad was 6'4". So, to all of the girls, and then also the guys that like guys, what is the perfect height to you? Now, I'm not talking about what you would find acceptable, because that's a love question, right? If you fell in love with someone that's short, you're probably still going to love them. I'm talking about if you had your perfect partner. So, everyone that likes guys in this instance, your perfect partner, how tall should they be? Just posted on Discord. New Neverwinter trailer. Ooh. Neverwinter. Digit, where did you post it? In the Discord itself. 0 goals. By the way, I just posted on Discord. Laco. I agreed at 6 foot and over. I'm about 5'8". I like a guy around my height to 6 feet. I don't want to strain my neck to look at their eyes. I don't feel like that's really an issue. Personally, don't care about the height, care more about the personality. That's what everyone says. And the funny thing is, so I find it genuinely funny, right? But what's funny to me is whenever people go, oh, I care only for personality. I don't care about looks at all. And then you see the people that they've dated and you go, yeah, I can see the personality. Do you mean the tall, dark and handsome gentleman there that was all your exes all had amazing personalities, right? So I'm not always sold on the whole I care about personality, not looks. Because part of attraction is sexual attraction. You can't be sexually attracted to someone that you don't find appealing. Female? Okay. Guys, I'm assuming there's going to be far more answers here. The perfect height for a girl, in your opinion. And of course, all the girls who like girls, you're allowed to answer here as well. People like to throw out that old personality shield so they don't get judged. You see, I think it's fine. If you're shallow, so what? Also would want them taller than me. I want to feel short. I also like girls and feel the same about girls. My height or as close to it. I'm 6'3" and I would love a woman close to my height. So, you see, the thing is, I don't know why we have such an issue with people being like, why do we call it shallow? If you go for someone that you find appealing, right? Why is that considered shallow when that's literally the basis of most relationships? Not true. I hated my husband when I first met him. I was a complete bitch, and many, many years later, here we are. That does happen, but that's the exception to the rule, not the rule. Fine with people being shallow, just let it be known. Because people get mad when people reject them for looks. I don't get that either. Like, you should not get mad when you get rejected. I mean, you shoot your shot, doesn't work, you move the fuck on, right? If you are only based on relationship with looks, it is shallow. Aureus, we're talking about attraction, right? We are talking about attraction. In order for a relationship to happen, there must first be attraction, right? Generally speaking. So obviously there are exceptions to the rule. There are people who marry people that they weren't attracted to at all. Although I would argue that at some point attraction does form. Otherwise, you would most likely never marry that person. So, attraction is something that I think is important. And therefore, I don't see how it's called shallow. At first, as a term, it's just used negatively because shallow water is I can see the surface easily, where shallow looks, I can see the surface of the skin. If that makes sense. It does fit. Thematically, it makes perfect sense. But the fact that it's used as a negative doesn't make sense to me. Has the stuff in South Africa been discussed? Sorry, not enough coffee today. Stylen, how you doing? Yeah, we did discuss it at the start of the stream. I love a tall girl, but if she isn't, it's really not a deal breaker for me. You should not engage in a relationship purely for looks, just basic. So, Baroscopic, do you not find your girlfriend attractive? Because I'd argue you do. I'd argue you do see your girlfriend as very attractive. I'd argue that the thing that we're arguing about here is, so my brother has this term which I find very sort of apt and helpful. there's two humans, right, within every person. There is the what does he call it again? Fuck, I'm trying to remember the, like, I'm trying to figure out the English name for it again. There's the sophistications, right? And then there's the biological need, right? Now, as humans, we've gotten very good at disguising our biological needs with sophistications. So, for example, sex is meant to procreate, right? We see a beautiful girl, we want to have sex with her. A girl sees a beautiful man, she wants to have sex with him. That's the animalistic biological need, right? But as society evolved and as we got more sophisticated, we created sophistications within that, right? So it becomes love, romance, right? And our sophistications sort of grow with us, right? Wooing a girl 100 years ago looked very different than what it looks like today. If today you woo a girl, it's not going to look like the days of 100 years ago, right? So our sophistications grow. But at the base level, these sophistications only mask a biological need. They're not real. What we consider as sort of the virtue of dating is not real. It's just a sophistication. Is it useful? Sometimes it is. There are sophistications that's extremely useful, right? But there is also sophistications, obviously, that really hinders society. Let me go back to the OG one. Sarah J, happy to have you back. Hey, mate, haven't checked in for a long time. Remember you wanted to move out of SA. Have you done so? CM Patrick, how you doing, bro? I have not. It is not as easy as one might think. I'm still on the journey, I guess you could say. It's found today if you hit someone over the head with a club. Yeah, I mean, we should never do that. Parascopic, but that's part of our... So that's another thing that sort of is the saving grace of humanity. Very often we could see someone or meet someone that we are physically attracted to, and the only attraction that we have to them is physical, right? What is the difference between us ending up marrying that person and us just using that person for a short while or maybe even just for a night? A connection, right? Human beings are social creatures. We love connection. We love pairing. And therefore, yes, we do find, you find a connection within that person and then you stick around. But it doesn't change the basis of the relationship is still attraction, right? It started off as an attraction. I have a question. What is your biggest pet peeve? Fake. So I don't know exactly what the expression for that would be, or the perfect sort of intellectual expression for that would be. But people who are fake. I see it quite often in my world, right? As a content creator, I see so much pretending going on. So many people that is so far crawled up their own assholes that everything is about them, and then they pretend that it isn't, right? So that would probably be the thing that I hate most. There's a chemical in our brain that we call love that happens. What of it? Can't spend my time forever with someone if I think is the embodiment of physical perfection if they're not intellectually stimulating. Parascopic, but that's not the point I was making. They're fake, but hot as fuck. There's no relationship that can form there. But Parascopic, I wasn't even talking about relationships here. You're sort of equating something I'm saying to someone else that asked a different question. I'm done with that conversation. I've said what I wanted to say. Sarah J asked, what is my biggest pet peeve? So I'll turn this around on chat. Chat, what is your biggest pet peeve? Parascopic, my point was that attraction forms the basis of all relationships. to call someone shallow should not be a negative thing, right? If all they base their relationship on is attraction, that's a price that they are going to pay, right? It's not a price that I'm going to pay. They're going to pay that price. Because they're going to be unhappy. They're going to be in unhappy, fucked up relationships with people that have no personality. But I don't think that happens as often as people want to believe. My biggest pet peeve is liars and cheaters. It doesn't even have to be in a relationship that it happens. Cheating, I will never understand. So I am... it's actually something that I don't always understand about people lobbying So you'll often hear this, right? Why do all men cheat? And why is it that if a man cheats, he's considered to be... I literally read an article the other day where someone said there's a double standard in our society. Now, they wanted to make the fucked up connection that everyone should be allowed to cheat. Because they said, why is it when a man cheats, he's considered a hero, but when a woman cheats, she's considered a slut? And I thought, no one thinks that. I don't know a single guy who would high-five one of my friends if they found out that they were cheating on their wife. In fact, I know quite a few friends who've been alienated from the group because they did that. In fact, I'm one of those guys that you can be my best friend in the whole world. If I find out that you're cheating on your wife, I will literally phone your wife and say, he's cheating on you. I just thought you should know. Giant Rat Guy, I also don't agree with that. Again, I think it's the circles that you travel in. It's the caliber of people that you speak to. If all you know are what I would consider to be low society people, then yeah, maybe. A guy that fucks 100 guys, a guy that fucks 100 girls is considered a hero. None of the people that I know would think that. Like, we used to have friends who would do that, and they were teased to no end. And not in a good way. It wasn't like, oh my god, dude, yeah, fucking man whore. They were teased. It wasn't considered good or fucking nice to do that. If you deal with people with caliber, right? People that have standards, they are not going to look at another person sleeping around as much as they can, right? And think, oh my god, what a good fucking thing you're doing. Yeah, but mass perception is also often wrong because it can be clouded by your own view or vision of something. Because the mass perception is that most men cheat, which is not true. I would argue that the truth is closer to a very small minority of men cheat. I don't think it's most men that cheat. I think most men, in fact, in my entire family, there's not a single guy I know of that cheated ever, or that would even cheat. Fell in love with someone who thought was my forever, and even met him in game and married him just to see the narcissistic mask come off after our son was born, and it turned into abuse, and I luckily got out safely with my kid before it got worse. So now my guard is up and I'm relearning how to trust again. Sarah J, that happens, right? That does happen. And I'm not for a second saying that there aren't horrible people in the world. I'm just saying that it's not all people. In fact, I would argue that the vast majority of people are very good people. I think everywhere. I don't like generalizations. So generalizations are very helpful, right? They are. Generalizations are usually called generalizations because they're generally true, right? So, for example, if someone makes the argument, if someone says, for example, oh yeah, Asians are very smart, right? First and foremost, that's a very racist thing to say based on the true definition of racism. It doesn't matter whether it's good or a bad thing. Racism is when you literally put all people of a specific race into a category It doesn't matter. There's no need for it to be good or bad. But if someone makes that argument, right? Asians are very smart. Generally speaking, that is true, right? Asian children tend to perform very well. This could be based on how they're raised. Most likely, it is based on how they're raised. So, generally speaking, that is true. Is that true for every Asian person? No. Not even close, right? But generally speaking, that is true. So generalizations is a very good thing. It helps us it makes language a little bit easier. But there are generalizations that make no sense, have no bearing on reality, and yet is thrown around as if true, right? So, for example, when people go, most Americans are racist, right? Or most conservatives are racist. Whatever you want to believe. I don't think that's true. I think the vast majority couldn't care less. I think the vast majority isn't. I think there's a small minority on both sides, left and right, that is extremely racist, but there's small minorities. For example, I'll hear this sometimes from conservative friends of mine. The Democrats are evil. And I think to myself, I don't think that's true. I'm certainly there are humans in the Democratic Party, and therefore there's bound to be some evil fucks there. But I think the vast majority of them are good, are just normal people that want to live their lives. You get to hear from the very vocal minority. They're the ones screaming all the racist shit and all the bad shit. But I don't think the vast majority are like that. So my point here is just don't generalize when the truth is literally the opposite of what you're generalizing about, right? Would you actually become a loyalist to Jaina? Digimark? Muzak, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Yep, most people, if you polled them, a bunch of questions would be mostly in agreement, a good 70-60% of the time. The Grey, I 100% agree with that. I think people have different responses. So, as someone that stands outside the political spectrum, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat. I couldn't give two fucks if both those parties died in a fire. But I think if you asked the majority of them if they... If you ask the majority of them a whole slew of questions about things that they worry about, you'd probably find out that they worry about exactly the same things. They might disagree. A good example of this is poverty. There's this notion on the left that the right doesn't care about poverty, which couldn't be further from the truth. The right cares very deeply about poverty. The difference is in how they believe that poverty should be fixed, right? So that's a conversation. All that takes is for the left and the right to get together and say, okay, hold on. We both think that poverty is very bad and it should be stopped. Yes. Okay, let's start working together to see how we can stop it. The problem that you have right now with America, but the world in general, is this side gets into power and it fucking does whatever it wants, regardless of what the other one thinks. Then, next 8 years, it switches. Now this side does whatever the hell it wants, regardless of what this side thinks. So both sides just never get together to actually go, wait, we both have the same issues that we would like to fix. Let's figure out how we fix these issues together, right? In such a way that everyone is sort of happy with the end result, right? That is what I would consider to be the biggest issue. Tucker, how you doing, brother? How far are you from the Chaos Bud? I don't know now. Yesterday, I was still quite far away from it. I don't know if it's picked up today. I haven't watched the news, so I genuinely don't know. But yesterday, I was sort of, I was like a good 20 minutes or so away, 10, 20 minutes away from any chaos. It's gotten, I don't know if it's gotten worse today. I genuinely don't know. I haven't seen the news at all. I could actually quickly check. Hold up. I'm just going to look at the headlines very quickly for this and see. If it loads. There we go. Onslin, the mouse in the maze, high blood pressure, Exnus donates. Why is my fucking feed filled with bullshit? Brilliant viral video. Molet Mbeki criticizes ANC and Cyril Ramaphosa's leadership. Startup hopes the world is ready to buy quantum processors. Zuma unrest, how to verify images on your smartphone. Lightning strikes twice. Samsung's free TV service is now available on the web. Sega judgment reportedly. Ramaphosa, we are mobilizing all resources to restore order. All of this is 12 hours ago, 10 hours ago, 15 hours ago, 1 day ago, 19 hours ago. So I'm not entirely sure what's been happening up until now. Sorry. I don't know what the trouble in the country is at the minute. My conjurer is now a white mage, and I don't know what class to get next with it. Black mage, Luna. Uduside with a solid site relating to political candidates and their stances. I once ran through a bunch of questions. Got like 95% with a progressive, and also well over 50% with, I think, Rand Paul. I was like, holy shit, they really do it. People do put people against each other. The grey, yes. I should actually take a political test. Luna, oh, Black Mage, yeah. Sylvanas was such an example, and as former Forsaken myself for over 7 years, and regardless playing on the Alliance side, my loyalism hasn't changed since then. So what's a good place to take the political, like a political test? What's the best site for it? I don't even know. This will get me into fucking trouble, by the way. The political compass test, I think, is the one. So you have this one, which... you have this one, which is the political compass test, and it's 20 years old now. Caltity, it's getting out of hand. All right, do you guys want to do the political compass test? See where I align on the political compass? I wonder how wrong it will be. All right, you guys can do it with me. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interest of transnational corporations. Very difficult to answer this because transnational corporations also serve humanity. The people that work for those companies get served. So the fuck kind of question is that? It's not a yes or a no thing. It can't be, because it's the same thing. It should primarily serve humanity rather than the interest of trans. I don't like that, because it means that we're now going to control it to such an extent that it can only serve humanity. So I'm going to hit disagree on that. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. Strongly fucking disagree. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. You should be a little proud, I think, of your country. Even though you don't choose it, you should be a little bit proud of it. So I'm going to say disagree. Not strongly disagree, but disagree. Our race has many superior qualities compared to other races. No. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is a hard one because it depends on what kind of enemy they are. I'm going to say agree to some extent, but it might be a disagree if that they also turn out to be my enemy. I think disagree, rather. Yeah, because I don't know who that enemy is. They could be really bad. I mean, I don't want to... So, for example, I wouldn't side with the fucking communists to take over the Nazis. I don't agree with that. I would have just attacked both. Like, I would have attacked Stalin and Hitler at the same time, just bombed the shit out of them. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. No. Actually, I don't even think there should be a law for military action. There should just not be military action. So, no. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I do agree with that, yes. I think too many news corporations have become sort of money chambers rather than just doing the news. Of the less evil, defeat the bigger evil. So let's say next page. I do agree with that. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. Again, what's this fucking question? People are divided by tribalism. But I don't think class is as big of a division anymore as it used to be. If this was 100 years ago, yeah, sure. But nowadays, I think nationality is a far bigger dividing factor than class is. So I'm going to say disagree on that one. Not strongly disagree. I actually think I would have been okay with a neither in this regard. Neither would have been a better option for me in this regard. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Yes. Because if you can control inflation, you will automatically control unemployment. These are stupid questions. Whoever came up with this do not understand the economy. Because if you control inflation, you will automatically control unemployment. If you try to control unemployment, like what the US is doing right now with the central bank, you automatically create more unemployment. So eventually, you'll just fuck up on both because you can't control inflation. You can only go with inflation. The only way you can control inflation is by hands off. Just let the market do what it does. So yeah, because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. Do not agree. From each according to his ability, the communist slogan, to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea. No, because it almost always leads to someone. Let me just explain why I don't agree with this. Someone has to decide each person's ability, but then also each person's need. So this should actually be rephrased to from each according to his ability to each according to his value. In other words, we are now putting a value number on the lives of people, which is, who's going to do that? What authority in the world am I going to trust to put that number on another human being? So this is a fundamentally anti-human stance. I could not disagree more. The freer the market, the freer the people. Yes. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. No. If there's people that want to buy bottled water, then they should be allowed to buy bottled water. So I'm going to disagree with that one. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be... Then what should land be? If land is not a commodity that should be bought and sold, what should it be? And again, who owns it then? So if land is not a commodity, chat, who owns the land? King Tempest. Well, that's basically what it is, right? The government owns the land? Oh my god, no. That just sounds like a horrible fucking idea. The government should not own anything. In fact, I think governments around the world own far too much land already. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. I agree. Actually, strongly agree. And this is where a lot of people misunderstand the capitalist. I am a capitalist. And this sentence could not be fucking truer. We have companies today that make boatloads of money and they contribute nothing. They do nothing in this society. It's like comparing Goldman Sachs to Tesla. Tesla is physically contributing to the world, right? They're physically making a product that will make the world better. Goldman Sachs does not do that. Goldman Sachs contributes nothing to our society whatsoever. The only reason Goldman Sachs even exists is because of overbearing governments that have come up with stupid regulations that you need a banker in order to understand. So, yes, I absolutely agree. And I don't think taxes is the way you do that. You do not contribute to society by paying taxes, because taxes go to the government, and the government knows how to waste money better than anyone else. See, I don't agree with the concept of owning land, even though it's become a necessity because people would kill over territory otherwise. Luna, the problem with not being able to own land would mean that you could also not own anything else. The very fact that I can own my land, so I can own my house, means that I can protect myself and my freedom within my house. If I didn't own my house, it would mean that anyone could come in and take whatever the fuck they want, and I would not own it. Therefore, I would not be able to protect it. If you want the earth to flourish, you have to protect. Land, private property rights. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. I agree with this fundamentally, because I think big parts of the problem that we have these days is you see, I think through trade a lot of issues can actually be solved. Because here's the problem. So America, or actually the West, will boycott a country like Iraq, for example, right? Refuse to do trade with them. And then we're all sort of shocked when Iraq declares war on America or on the West. What did you expect? You made them the villain in your story. It's far better to trade with them, because as long as they're trading with you and their people keep making money, there's a better chance that they will listen to any advice that you give them. Whereas if you just cut them off, you're basically turning them into the pariah that you wanted them to be from the beginning. So I don't think protectionism is a good thing at all. Cut them off. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. You see, the problem with this question is it ignores a lot of nuance, because yes, a company should, if a company only cares about profit, I know what to expect, right? I know what to expect. So I know that this company isn't trying to do good while actually fucking shit up. I know that this company is, they care about profit. So I know what to look out for and what to worry about. However, it mentions the word social responsibility. Social responsibilities are placed on companies by the people, right? So by consumers. So for example, if all of us, say for example, didn't like how Walmart, right, bottles its water. Yeah, we don't like the process because it harms the environment. People would stop buying the bottled water from Walmart, thereby forcing Walmart to change their ways in how they bottle their water, right? So that's a social responsibility. I think we could all agree on, right? It is a social responsibility. It's not placed on them by the government, but it's still a social responsibility because society has placed that responsibility on top of them. But I am going to go with agree, just because I do believe that companies should care about profits and only profits, because as soon as companies start caring about other things, it muddies the water. If I want someone to care about, say, the poor, I would rather it be a charity whose only goal is to care about the poor, right? Whereas when you have a company that says that they care about the poor, it doesn't take long for that company to also find the profit incentive within caring about the poor, and suddenly the poor doesn't get cared for because it's all about the profits, right? So I agree to some extent with the I agree with some extent to the with the premise there. The rich are too highly taxed. Yes. And I say this as someone that isn't rich, and I've never been rich in my life. But I do think taxing the rich is a very bad way, or a very certain way of ensuring that the poor remain poor. Because all the rich does is it takes its money out of the country. If quality was on here, I would have agreed. I would have said strong agree, but quality isn't on here. So I'm basically asked to make a decision between should it deliver profits or should it care about social change? And I'd rather entities that is for social change care about social change and let companies just make profit rather than muddying the water. So that's why I said agree there. The rich just takes their money out of a country if they're taxed too highly. So for me personally, yes, I think if you lowered the tax rate on the rich and instead incentivized investment, that would be a far better way of getting rid of unemployment, but also getting rid of poverty. So imagine, for example, the government came out tomorrow and said, okay, listen here, guys. If you as a company employ more than 2,000 people and you pay your people $15 an hour or more, right? So the lowest wage is $15 or more. We will take your tax rate from 22% down to 11%. Is that not a fucking great way of ensuring that people get a good living wage? It's far better than forcing them, because now you're actually giving them incentive to do the right thing. You're incentivizing these companies to invest more, to hire more workers, because the more workers they hire, the less their tax becomes. Whereas if you keep taxing them higher, all they do is they see where they can squeeze out a little bit more. So I don't think it's a good idea, right? Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Yeah. I mean, again, this is difficult. Actually, I can't say agree, because I believe everyone should have a high standard of medical care, right? However, I do not think that medical care should come from the government, because I think the government can help people that can't pay for themselves, absolutely, right? Something like you have in Germany or in the Netherlands is a good idea, right? So those people that can truly not afford it, they don't have a job or anything, the government subsidizes them. So the government pays the private insurance companies on their behalf, yeah? And that I absolutely agree with. The last thing I want is any human being without healthcare, right? Because it just causes a lot of problems societally, but it's also just not nice, right? From an empathy perspective, it's not nice to see people suffering. So, yeah, I agree that people should be taken care of. But then if you have more money to go to, like, the best private clinics, why can't you? It's your money. You should be able to do with your money whatever the fuck you please, right? Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public. See, I don't like the government. But I guess in this instance, you don't have a choice, right? I would prefer if you lived in a place where people punished businesses that misled them. So I would prefer if we lived in a world where people were informed enough to know that they're being misled. I think that would be far better. I'm going to say disagree just because I don't like the government, but if it wasn't government, then I would probably have said strong agree. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. No. It doesn't require restrictions. If you have a genuine free market, the chances of monopolies forming is slim to fucking none. Because you'll have so many competition that monopolies couldn't form, really. So no, I'm strongly disagreeing with that one. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal. So this is a very difficult question. Illegal in what way? In what way should it be illegal? If the doctor is willing and the woman is willing, I don't think you should force doctors to perform abortions if they don't want to, because now you're just taking the doctor's freedoms away from him. There is also another argument that just sort of forms in my head, but I don't believe in it strong enough to actually ever implement it as a policy. But there is an argument that could be made here that, you know, your consequences, the consequences of your actions must be observed, right? You knew what you were doing when you were having sex. You know how babies are being made. So if you got pregnant because you had sex, then really the consequences of your actions, you have to deal with them. You can't just end a life because you feel like, well, you know, I'll just not deal with this right now. It could have some severe implications for the future of humanity, where you raise people to not care about their actions because they're not going to suffer the consequences of said actions. But on the face of it, I disagree with this. Illegal? Who? I hate the government already. I'm going to ask them to make abortion illegal? No. All authority should be questioned. Yes. Finally, a question I can just instantly go yes. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. No. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. Yeah. If I want to go to a museum or a theater, I'll fucking go and I'll pay the entrance fee. If the museum wants to make sure that I pay the entrance fee, they should have good products in their museum. It's not my job. And there might be taxpayers who don't care about the theater or the museum, and therefore, why are you wasting their money on things that they don't care about? To be fair, though, the problem with this question is that I believe taxes are theft. So, you know, school should not make classroom attendance compulsory. I agree with that. I mean, no one can force you but you. But now again, shit. We are getting into the sort of the dependence, right? So we are sort of talking now about children who don't necessarily, this is where we do sort of, this is the only problem with anarchists. So my viewpoint falls apart when it comes to children. It's the only people in the world that needs a government, that needs someone to protect them when the parents won't. I'll go with a small disagree. Small disagree. Because I do think that children should be protected and should at least get some schooling. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. All right. I want to strongly disagree with this because it seems like they're trying to make it as if we should force them to keep to their own kind. Because I don't agree with that. If they want to keep with their own kind, then hey, you know, I'm not going to stand in their way and say, no, you will fucking integrate with this other group. You know, it's your choice. You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? But it feels like they want to say, no, we should force people to only be with their own people. No, I don't agree with that at all. So I'm gonna put a strongly disagree with that one, right? I'm gonna strongly disagree with that one. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. I agree. I grew up in a house where I was spanked, and I think I turned out okay-ish. It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. I think so. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is natural. Kids aren't going to tell their parents everything, but I do think it's sometimes the parents' fault, right? I think it's the parents' fault. I had no secrets from my mom. The first time when I lost my virginity, when I got back from the holiday, I told my mom. She didn't, because I knew she wouldn't freak out. Like, it wouldn't bother her. I'm my own man. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I was still young at that point. So, I think it's a lot to do with the parents. If you raise your kids wrong, they will have secrets. If you don't, they'll be open with you. So I'm going to agree with that one. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Agree. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generations to find jobs. Agree. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. The fuck? Jesus. Okay. No. Jesus. I would say, no, people can reproduce. If someone wants to sleep with someone that has a disability, then they should be allowed to do so, and they should be allowed to have kids. Who the fuck is going to get to decide who has kids and who doesn't? The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. I do agree. But again, I have issues. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. You see, the problem with this is discipline in terms of, should I accept that there's people that know better than me? I don't agree with that. Maybe let's put a disagree there. There are no savage or civilized peoples. There are only different cultures. I actually disagree with to find jobs and instead to find purpose. That is, of course, provides money, because who money? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. There are no savage or civilized peoples. There are only different cultures. I don't necessarily agree with this, because I think there are cultures out there that is more savage than others. You have cultures where women are still beaten to fuck if they show their face in public. That's savage. I'm sorry. That's not... I don't consider that just a different culture. That's savage. I saw a video of a woman in Saudi Arabia getting beat to a fucking pulp by a guy with this big stick. She literally sat there crying as this guy's beating her over the back with this stick. If that is just a different culture, then the fuck is going on? So no, I strongly agree with this. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. Yes. If you can work, you should work. I don't owe you shit. So if you choose not to work, then you should not eat. That's as simple as that. You can work. There is work. If you're not working, that's your fucking problem, right? I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, but yeah, sure, take some of my hard-earned cash. I don't think that's fair. When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. No, you should fix the shit that's bothering you, or do what Luna does, go for a nap. We also still have at least the one tribe on the island that isn't allowed to be visited because the tribesmen throw spears at planes to pass over and shit. Yeah, you have that too, Luna. First-generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. I don't agree with this at all. Actually, I strongly disagree with this, because I think it depends on how you do it. You can find first-generation immigrants that absolutely fall in love with their host nation. That absolutely fall in love with it. That become American or British or whatever. I do believe that we make a huge mistake these days. When people come into our countries, we sort of go, oh yeah, you have your culture, and don't worry, we don't have a culture. That's bad, right? People should know that when they come to a country, this country has its own culture, and this is how we're going to do things here, right? We don't want to change you. We do want you to bring your culture to enrich us, but we don't want you to think for a second that you're going to come here and start beating your fucking wife, right? Because somehow that was okay in a different... That's not okay for us, okay? Zakimi, how you doing? So yeah, I think first-generation immigrants can be amazing. I think immigrants in general is absolutely amazing. More immigrants, more better, as far as I'm concerned. What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us. That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. I'll agree with it on the face of it, but I'm not sold on their premise, and I'm not sold on their reasoning. Too bad they don't give me fucking reasoning. But this would, in my mind, these corporations are rational, right? It's a rational corporation that understands that the customer comes first, and then yes, what's good for them is ultimately good for all of us. No broadcasting institution, however independent in its content, should receive public funding. Yeah. The public should not be forced to pay for shit. I don't want to pay for them. I don't have to. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. Yes. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. Strongly disagree. Although, I don't like the democratic system either. So, to hell with it all. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need be worried. Strongly disagree. Fucking strongly disagree. Who in the hell decided that the president, and I've asked this before and I'll ask it again. How many of you turn on your news at night, see your president or your prime minister or your whatever, and think, that's the smartest guy in the room? But genuinely speaking, any one of you can answer now. How many of you believe that your leader is the smartest person in the room? That's funny. Hell no. Nope, when I voted for him. He's a stupid fuck. Hell freezes over. My leader doesn't know what an atom is. All right, so you think that guy should be allowed to surveil you? No. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. No. There's no evidence that the death penalty works. The fuck would you use something that doesn't work? Even though I do think sometimes that rapists should be put to death. I do actually think so. Because it's incredible. But it doesn't help, right? The death penalty has been shown over and over again not to curb crime in whatever way. So, yeah, I don't see the point of a punishment that doesn't actually solve the issue. Prisons, for example, don't work at the moment either. We need to change them. We need to fix them. Like, prisons need to rehabilitate people. The problem with prisons now is they become sort of a factory for readmission. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. Fuck that. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. Yeah. Yeah, I hate abstract art. Actually, I hate modern art. Modern art can suck a fucking dick. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. No. It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. Waste of time? Truffle Shuffle, thank you for 2 months up. Did really fucking appreciate that. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, bro? I would disagree. I think we're not doing enough. I think we're not doing enough to rehabilitate criminals. So, for example, the perfect prison would have 24/7 psychological staff on hand, psychologists, to help rehabilitate inmates. Instead, especially in the US, but also rest of the world, prisoners are turned into cheap labor. So these prisons have a fucking incentive to get these people back in. So rehabilitation isn't even on the cards. You should formulate a plan to teach these criminals discipline, a healthy lifestyle, maybe educate them to help them find jobs. That's something that I would be far more in favor of. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. I agree with this. As bad as this is, and Germanio, no hate whatsoever. I am an artist myself. I'm an actor. And I think I think writers and actors have far too much power and they're far too fucking annoying these days. So I would actually say the person that gives... See, it's difficult though because they're just as important. Because without this, this would probably also not happen. And of course, without this would almost definitely not happen. They need each other. So on the face of it, I'm going to say agree, but I wish I could say neither. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. The fuck? Their first duty is whatever the fuck they want it to be. They can do whatever the fuck they're people. Just because she popped out a child does not suddenly mean no. Now you're chained to your house. If she wants to be a homemaker, hey, more power to you. If she wants to work, hey, more power to you. But I don't agree that they should be homemakers. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries. I don't know enough about this. I would say disagree, because in a lot of those cases, those people have jobs. And those jobs allow them to actually buy food and shelter and all the rest of it. So I'll put a disagree there. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Strongly disagree. Fuck the establishment. Burn it all down. If you've got through that okay, you'll find these proportions on religion a breeze. Astrology accurately explains many things. No. You cannot be moral without being religious. No. Charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. Agree. Some people are naturally unlucky. No. It is important that my child's school instills religious values. No. It's important that your child's school fucking teaches them how to find a job. Religion should be something for the home. You can teach that shit in your house. You can raise your kids however you want, but it's not the job of the school to play parent. So, yeah, no. Next page. I'm sort of interested to see how this is going to... Finally, a look at sex. Sex outside marriage is usually immoral. No. I don't strongly disagree with it, because I do think sex outside of marriage is harmful, especially if you consider sleeping with as many people as humanly possible. I think it is harmful, because I think sex means more than what most people these days believe it does. But at the same time, immoral is sort of a... That's a big word, right? It's a very big fucking word, so I'll disagree with that. A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. I agree with that. All the evidence that we have right now suggests that as long as kids have two parents, it doesn't seem to matter what sex the parents are. So there used to be this argument that kids from heterosexual relationships were more stable and happier, right? However, all of our newest research, and I'm talking about actual research, not sociology research, I'm talking about actual psychological research, shows that there's no difference. What's important is two parents. It seems like one parent can't do enough to raise a child successfully. Doesn't mean always, but a lot of the time. You need two parents. As long as it's two parents, I don't think it's a problem at all. So I'm going to agree that, yes, they should be allowed. I mean, why can't they be happy? And if they can provide a happy home for a child, should they not be allowed to do so? Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Yeah. Do I think pornography is good? No. Pornography is very bad. It teaches a lot of people a lot of stupid shit about sex. But at the same time, should it be legal? Of course it should be legal. Who's going to make it illegal? Suppose the whole there must be a mom and dad. Natora, thank you for stealing sub. Apocalypse, thank you for stealing sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 22 months in a row, Apocalypse. 2 months, Natora. Really appreciate both of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apocalypse, how you doing? Natora, how you doing? Okay, so moving on. What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. Yes. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Why is this even a question? Of course, if you've met my fucking brother, you would know that people can feel naturally homosexual. My brother was as homosexual as it fucking could be, as young as he was. Like, from very early on, everyone knew, yep, he's gay. I think people can feel naturally homosexual. You are or you aren't, right? These days, openness about sex has gone too far. You see, the question is, are they asking me from a state perspective, or are they asking me from a general perspective? I know, Luna. I can only imagine the idea of kissing another man. It must drive you absolutely fucking crazy with disgust. For those of you not in on the joke, Luna is incredibly gay. These days, openness about sex, almost as gay as Wild Boy, I would say. Although Wild Boy might be a little bit more gay than you, Luna. These days, openness about sex. See, I disagree with that. I think it's all right. I think society could do a little bit with having sex be more personal. But hey, now let's see where you stand. All right, where's this going to happen? Is this an explanation, or am I already knowing what I am? Here we go. I'm libertarian and to the right. Thought as much. Sounds about right. I would say that's, yeah, I'd say that's fair. I was like, the middle. What do you mean? I think that's fair. For those of you that know me now, that's been with this channel for a long time, would you say this is an unfair representation of me? Periscopic, why would you say this is an unfair representation of me? You see, the reason I would go further to the right, this is where this political compass fails, is the left very often really wants a state to interfere. Even libertarian left people want someone to interfere, right? I am more on the side of the right, mainly because I don't give a fuck, right? I don't want anyone to interfere with anyone else's life. You should be allowed to do whatever the fuck you do, and as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, it doesn't hurt anyone else. That's my line. My line is, you do what you do, and that's it, right? That's it. As long as it doesn't conflict with me, doesn't hurt me, it's got nothing to do with me. And I think that's why this compass throws me on the right, even though I don't think I have much in line with the right. I think I'm more in the center, but the problem is the questions weren't set up that way. I was right bottom two, but more on the middle line. You see, I don't like authoritarianism at all. I would like to be as free as possible. Oh, right, Periscopic, yeah. Policy compass, bros. That's what I was going to say. The questions aren't always great. No, the questions do sort of throw you into an either-or situation without the third and secret option of I don't care. Because that's where I fall, right? That is where I fall. I fall on the side of, oh, should we stop gay people from having marriage? I don't care. Let them marry whoever the fuck they want, right? If you want to marry a rock, go for it. It's going to be an extremely one-sided relationship, but if that makes you happy, you do you, bro. Don't ask me to come to the wedding, though, because I'm not going to be able to stop laughing. But, hey, marry your rock, you know? It's your life. No one can tell you how to live your life. Sadly, these questions don't give me that option to just go, fuck no, down with the system. Some dude married a horse. Hey, you want to marry a horse? My only issue there is the animal's rights. Because what if the horse doesn't want to be married to you? 100% in favor of anyone marrying another person if they want to. Great, but it is not caring. Because that's me saying I don't care. I have no input on your choice of partner. I genuinely couldn't care less. I don't think you're a hero for being gay. I don't think you're a hero for being straight. You're just a fucking person, right? No, Jesus. I don't know. Who gives the government the right to tell people who they can and can't marry, right? But my problem with that is actually far more... my problem with that is actually far more with the state. I don't think the state has any business telling people how they're allowed to live, right? I just don't agree with it. I have issues, for example, with Pride Month that was just finished. Shouldn't every month be Pride Month? Like, if you're gay, be proud of that. I'm not going to celebrate it, just like I won't celebrate the fact that someone is heterosexual. I don't see that as a massive accomplishment of it. It just means that you like sucking dick or you don't like sucking dick. Last time I checked, that's a fun thing we do. It's not necessarily a... it's not like you fought in World War II, right? So I don't like people that's proud. I actually genuinely saw someone the other day that said they're proud of being straight. I thought, why? What did you do to accomplish this? Did you run some kind of marathon? And then when you finished, you started out gay, but at the end of the 50-mile hike, you were suddenly, straight. So you should be proud of that accomplishment. I don't see why you're proud of that. You should be proud of who you are as a human being, right? And you should stand tall and say, yeah, I like being gay. It's my life. I can live my life the way that I want, right? But I think things like it separates people. It drives wedges between people that's unnecessary, right? You don't need that. Just accept people for who they are and be done with it. Pride Month is celebration of Stonewall and finally being given the rights, to be honest, and sticking it to the phobes. Lunavira, my problem is the sticking it to the phobes part, right? Because all that does is it drives the phobes further into phobia, right? Whereas if you stop talking about it, the phobia will likely die out as well. Mark my words, within the next 50 years, homophobia is most likely no longer going to exist. Our kids, my kids, are not going to grow up with any notion that it's an issue, right? Because it's everywhere. I mean, you can't deny that it exists. It's there, right? Tempest, I don't think religion has that kind of control anymore. Information moves too quickly. It used to, but that's no longer true, right? In the days where the church were the ones who owned the printing press, sure. But nowadays, information is everywhere, right? It doesn't take a lot for a child to Google, am I gay? And to realize that, yes, if you like men, you are gay, right? And you're not going to take that away. So I personally think it's always better to just want to be part of the group than it is to sort of celebrate your difference. Because now you're basically telling everyone you're different, right? Rather than just being what everyone else is, right? Just be normal. I don't see the issue. Pikarku, how you doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you much for asking. Homosexuality was widely accepted and then not, and then accepted again. It changes. There will always be bigots. Parascopic, you are talking about times throughout history where information moved incredibly slow. Think about how quickly I can send an entire book from one side of the planet to the other at the speed of light. It's not coming back. It is dying out. Because you're talking about a time in history where the church had the only printing press. So if it didn't come from the church, you would just not know about it. These days, it's just not happening anymore. It's just not happening anymore. Even the church have started to accept it because they realized it's folly to fight. You're wasting your time. Humanity is at a point where it's going, yeah, this whole beating up gay people is fucking stupid. Let's not do that, right? That's just annoying. Let's stop doing that. Does not gain bigotry? Actually, it does, Parascopic. The answer to bigotry is almost always education. I don't think... Sure, you could get very smart people that is incredibly bigoted, but the answer to it is almost always open dialogue, open conversation, and education. Because that's how you basically catch someone off guard, right? That is how you actually make someone realize that their beliefs are folly. When they have to debate you and suddenly they realize, oh wait, my beliefs don't hold up. Parascopic, raw information is still education. And you're not going to change the whole world overnight. Just remember that. It happens, change is slow. It's always slow. And you're not going to force it by forcing it down people's throats. Believe me. You can argue that we need more representation in movies and films and all the rest. That won't change it faster. In fact, it might just let the never diers hold out a little bit longer. Right? The thing is, everyone wants progress, but some people don't accept the fact that progress is slow. Now, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be representation. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be gay people in movies. Of course there should be. Why not? If it's a good actor, it's a good actor. The fuck? Right? Let them play whatever role is good. And if it's a good movie, let the movie come out. I don't see a problem with that. This is actually something that me and my brother spoke about quite a lot. Representation, I think, is better for the person that is homosexual to see themselves in movies, right? And sort of accept who they are and feel accepted for who they are. I think that's great, right? But I don't think that's the answer to homophobia or any of these phobias. The answer is just slow. It's going to take time. But eventually, I do think as a species, we are going to reach a point where those things will no longer matter. Do people choose to ignore and not search said internet? What I'm saying is the availability of that stuff on the internet does not mean people will find it. And you shouldn't force anything down people's throats. Depends though, Parascopic. Are we talking in the bedroom or not? Because there are some people that like things being forced down their throats in the bedroom. So you should be careful with your wording there, Parascopic. You could be kink shaming people here. I think once we colonize Mars, we can leave the dumbasses behind. Who's going to decide who's the dumbasses? Just want a good movie. We sometimes have old faves ruined by the need to be inclusive while sacrificing the art. Anything can work as long as it fits, right? That's basically my viewpoint on life. I don't like alienating people. I feel like people should feel welcome they should feel welcome in their own skin, right? But then at the same time, I don't think people should be forced, right? I don't think people should be forced. So, for example, I genuinely believe that if you really want to fix the world, if someone wants to be a racist bigot, let them be a racist bigot. They will be alienated by the rest of society very quickly. I can promise you that. If I found out tomorrow that there's a shop in my town that does not serve purple people, I would stop shopping there instantly. It could be my favorite shop in the whole world. I would immediately stop supporting them. Would I scream for the government to take them down? No. No. That guy's allowed to have his stupid fucking ideas. I will just no longer support him. And I'm pretty sure most people would stop supporting the guy, right? I think bigotry will die just because most people in society no longer have time for it. That's my genuine belief. So, for example, I would not sit around a table with someone that spews racist, homophobic shit, because I don't feel like that person has anything to teach me. Therefore, I'd probably just get up and say, okay, thank you. This was a good conversation. Bye-bye. But let them sit with someone that shares their opinion. They'll find that that list becomes smaller and smaller over time. That group of people that they can sit with and share opinions with is going to become smaller and smaller over time. That's just the fact. So let them. Progress is always slow. You can't speed it up. There's nothing you can do about it. Progress is always slow. That's just life. You can try to make it faster. It usually ends very badly. Or you can allow it to just move as it moves. You know, you are dealing with people, right? And people are silly and stupid. We all are. So, yeah. Anyways, since we've finished the serious part of the stream, I have to get ready to go to the gym. The gym's just opened up yesterday. I'm gonna go fucking work out, boys. Gonna go pump the muscles off near Rising Road. Periscopic, I think it is. I think in 1,000 years they're gonna look back and they're gonna go, wait, you're telling me in the year 2021 there were still people who wasn't okay with gay people? How? I genuinely believe that. In 1,000 years from now, people are just not gonna give a shit. At least I want to, looking at how humanity is progressing, I think that is. Or is sometimes. But a lot of the time, the truth does come out. Dragonwolf agreed. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to go get swole. I will see all of you tomorrow. Same time, same place, as always. Take care of yourselves. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And as always, I loved hanging out with you. Take care of yourself. Peace out, fam.